good to go, sir.
Are we up? Are we live?
Yes, sir, we are.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of September 8th, 2020. 1 second, Mr. President.
I hear a radio in the background. Could everyone mute your mic?
Okay, let me just go ahead. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of September 8th, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Chahardi?
Present.
Councilwoman Khan?
Here.
Councilwoman Davila?
Present.
Councilman Jackson? Councilwoman Mims?
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Glass? Councilman Glass? Yes, I'm mute.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I see Councilman Abdelaziz is here. Okay. Mr.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Present.
Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer our former councilman William C. McCoy, and also to lead us in the flag salute is our honorable Gilman Chahardi, councilman of the 2nd Ward. We now have former Councilman McCoy who will render the prayer. Councilman McCoy, are you? Oh, he's on. He has to mute himself. So I'm muted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, council members. And it's such a difference. I want to thank Councilman Velez, who late this evening asked me if I would be as kind as to render the prayer. And I took the opportunity to walk into City Hall one more time to be with you. So it's very good to see you. Let us pray. Most righteous eternal God, we thank you for your goodness and for your mercy. We thank you for your love that has been shed abroad in our hearts. And for this day which you have made, we pray, O God, that you might cause us to rejoice and to be glad in it. As we come tonight, we pray for our council president, the council vice president, this administration, and all the members of the municipal council and city workers collectively. We pray for our frontline workers and those who have dedicated their lives to public service. We ask you tonight, O God, in your loving mercy and in your kindness, that you remember those who have lost loved ones, even as today. We pray tonight for the family of Wayne Weatherspoon and those friends that love him, that you may comfort them and grant them your peace. Cause us tonight as we come that we might apply wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, even that Solomon prayed for, that in all our deliberations and in our actions tonight, they will be towards the peace of the city, that all will be well. We know that thou art a God of order, and so we ask you tonight, dear God, that you might order our steps, that in all things you might be glorified. These mercies we ask now as we give you thanks. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
We now have the flag salute by Honorable Councilman Chahardi. Councilman? Mr. May, you can go ahead and show the flag. Councilman, you may begin.
And the flag of our country salute, a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones.
Yeah, okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020-21. Meeting date, September 8, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020. Thank you. 2. No objection of the regular meetings and the record, the Arabic voice, Italian voice, the State County Pulse, Dominican News, Pesquero International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the municipal council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was made to any person who requested and declared the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President and honorable council members, this time, anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion, please dial 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326. I'll repeat the number, dial 973-321-1579 and the code 8326, and you press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. I'll repeat that. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to do the payment of bills, we're gonna try to do the public portion at 8 o'clock, Madam Clerk?
8 o'clock, okay, Mr. President.
8 o'clock, yes.
Yes, okay.
So, at this time, we'll entertain a motion for the payment of bills.
Thank you, Council President. For our regular payment of bills first, the payment of bills, I would like to make a motion in the amount of $13,448,606.66. There is a payment to our school of $4,541,270.58.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Mims. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for the regular payment of bills in the amount of $13,448,606.66. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Shahrani,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
Madam Clerk, class for a minute. What's that echo?
I think it's your mic, Councilwoman Cotton.
It's not my mic.
No, it has been like that since you logged in, so we gotta tell Ryan to stop by your office. Sorry, Madam Clerk, you can continue your call.
Woman Davila,
Pass for a minute.
Councilman Jackson abstaining. Councilman James,
Yes.
Councilman Blanche. Councilman Blanche. Okay, I'll go back to Councilwoman Khan. Okay, I think we're waiting for Councilman. Councilman Davila, are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Davila, you're voting yes?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Blanche? Payment of bills?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Just give me a second, Mr. President. I think your assistant Councilwoman Khan. And Councilwoman Khan, please. I mean, go on and she can speak. They're helping her, Councilman. Give us. I didn't want to speak to her.
Give her a minute, now we're gonna need to continue on, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Brian is heading there now. Let me just give her another couple seconds. They're logging her back in, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I think we should just move along.
She wanted to tell she could say something. I just one more minute. Brian is heading there again.
No, I understand that, but,
Okay.
just so you don't have to rush, I think we should just move it along. Madam Clerk.
So, Council President,
Yes, Councilman Velez.
if my understanding that when she say pass it because she looking at the bill and probably she wanna do a right decision before voting, before they say they could log it in and out, just to give it a courtesy.
No, I understand, Councilman, but the same way we step out for a minute, I know this wasn't her doing, she's having technical difficulties. Actually, she's back on right now, so.
Thank you.
Yes, not needed.
Councilwoman Khan, it's your turn to vote on the payment of bills. Can you hear me?
We're still on the payment of bills?
Yes.
We're waiting for you. The ones for $13,448,606.66.
Vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Vote is yes.
vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent, that the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $13,448,606.60 is hereby adopted.
The second Council President, second payment of bills for COVID is in the amount, I make a motion for $11,060. The purchase order is attached. It is for acrylic sneeze guards. I move this item forward.
Council President? Oh,
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second. Discussion.
discussion.
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Khan, discussion.
Council President?
Council President?
So, Yeah, Council, I believe, was it Councilman Velez or Councilwoman Davila that asked for the floor? Councilwoman Davila, I
Lady
think
first.
Councilman Velez.
Lady first.
Councilman, thank you, but it isn't about ladies first. I did ask for the floor first. So moving forward, I think the only that I want to put on record, Council President, this is to Madam BA. I understand that probably the question is, are these sneeze guards or this prepping throughout the city? I know that today was the first day back for the city opening up business, but it's my understanding that only certain offices, were, if I can put it in correct words, taking care of, sneeze guards up, prepped for the opening, and others were open without having any of this stuff. Is there a reason for this? I mean, I thought that this COVID money would be across the board, and for an opening that the entire city would be ready for opening. Especially when you say that we're ready for business, which means people are going into different offices. So Madam Mayor, can you just?
Sure. Council President. Yes, Councilwoman Davila. Yes, we have been working kind of since the beginning of probably early summer to work with the directors, to work with not only at the department level, but at the division level to implement facility improvements. Now, some of the directors have come back to us with additions to their initial plans, and we are working to finish those. But this is something that we have been in communication with staff across the board. I think some of the additional improvements are ones that people are requesting now as out of an abundance of caution. Some of our early ones were really focused on the high traffic areas, the high public areas, places where there were a lot of employees, places where we couldn't really separate desks in the same way. And now I believe we're really kind of going above and beyond that and really making sure all locations that all employees are feeling safe. So this is not something that we only took care of certain people. It just might be that there were additional improvements that people brought forward as sort of a phase 2 that after they had already done something with phase 1. Because all of our directors and divisions had an opportunity to put forward what they felt they needed early on, and even the employees themselves. And now it's been like, well, maybe we can also use it here, and maybe there's a lot of people going to the copier machine, and maybe we should have something over there as well. So I think it's been a really good process because it's allowed people to add to what we had already been doing from the start, and really make sure that people are comfortable with their work environment now.
So, Council President,
Yeah.
the reason why I said that I wanted to hear what the BA had to say on behalf of the administration, but, it's been 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And, this opening, the people working remotely, some still working from home. And so, it's just interesting that you say that because, I've been going into the different buildings and I have not seen what I see in City Hall. I haven't seen it in other buildings. I just wanted to put that for the record. Thank you, Council President.
Duly noted. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. Last week in the workshop, I brought it up, and I could continue bringing it up. When they told me that employee requested that type of critic hanging on the wall on the top from the city, I went to a different department, and I asked, do you request this? So hopefully from the last meeting up to today, they decide to have that deep conversation, not risking the safety and the health of our employee. My question too to the Madam BA. Madam BA, I noticed this fund is being for this acrylic sneeze guards. In this bill we have already 11,000. Can you give me a rough how much we have spent so far in this sneeze guards method that you guys putting up there?
Sure, I can actually let me look real quickly in my email, because we did just get an update on where we stand with 2 of our vendors, and we're now going to be using a third, so that we do not, So we had, through one of our vendors, about 43,000. Through the second one, now about 28,000. And that's just what we've sort of put through, but we have some of their other projects going on right now, so they'll get close to the 44,000 threshold as well. And then we're going to be working with a third company for any additional improvements that we might need.
Okay, Madam BA, this is less than 6 months, 43,000 one company, and the other one is gonna go 44, the other company. Why we didn't bid an RFP for this? And
Well,
you know, we're going over the requirement of spending here, RFP. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I know you're the president also, of finance, but whoever is, you know, who's not watching for this? You know, I believe that it will be more healthy, especially when we're talking about federal money, that we spend it wisely and to go to the procurement process of it. Not saying that it's an emergency, everything is an emergency, but we want to make sure that all bases are covered and not go in RFP. And probably we could save money to use that money in another area that will be more also suitable of COVID-19 money. You know, I just a little bit concerned about that.
So I'll let Madam BA answer real quick, and then I'm gonna tell you a discussion we had today at the finance meeting. Madam BA.
sure, and Councilman Velez, that is something that when this all started, I think one of the things we wanted to do was very quickly provide our employees some safety. Now, it's hard to estimate what exactly that was going to look like on a citywide scale with all facilities. What we did make sure was that we were keeping careful track, along with our purchasing agent, who has, you know, the bid threshold of 44,000. And again, some of these more recent improvements are ones that we probably didn't expect before, but that we wanted to make sure our employees were feeling safe. So we are following and we're making sure that it is the proper procedure. And then for other items, we are going out. We did go out to bid for improvements citywide, and that's why some of the things that have come before you already, or that have been purchased through state contracts, we are really trying to manage this properly. And so again, with this, in hindsight, maybe this could have been one of the ones that we had gone out to bid for, but at the same time, we would have had to wait that period of time when we knew that we wanted to make improvements immediately for the employees in the tax office who were working through the crisis. We wanted to do it immediately for other places. And so we followed the one possible route that was open to us.
Madam BA. Hold on a minute. I'll give you the floor again, Councilman.
Okay, all right.
So, Madam BA, we had this discussion today, Councilman Velez. You know, I almost had a smirk because this same question you asked, we asked in finance today.
Mhm.
And you heard the answer from the Madam BA. But Madam BA, you could have installed, just for example, the tax office, you could install those. Those, I believe, were an emergency. The rest, we had a lot of months in between where we could have gone out to bid. So we cannot make an excuse for not doing it. It's for planning. However you want to see it, Madam BA, it's for planning. I know you try to go around, and I'm not saying intentionally, but in order to get the job done, you try to stay under the threshold by hiring different companies. But you know what? Legally, you can't do that if you think about it, because you're supposed to stay, it's in the aggregate. It's in the aggregate. If that's the case, we could do everything like that in the city and just hire different vendors without going to bid. So, like Councilman Velez stated, or I believe you stated, you could look at companies that have state contracts, and so on. But I think it's poor planning somehow. Councilman Velez.
I just have a question and a request. The request is, Councilman Jackson just called me now, can somebody open the door downstairs in the city hall? That's the request. The second thing is, somebody's waiting downstairs for Councilman Jackson can come up. Is anybody out there that could, yeah. Now, my concern is, Councilman, Council President too, we all know that this company have done political science for every political individual out here. So it sounds like it feels like it's not the one on Marshall Street in the corner with the next wave is not the one on Marshall Street in the corner of,
Council President, just,
I just want,
Councilman Velez, if I just kind of refrain, if I may, Council President, I just wanna kind of refrain because, that isn't true, like, that is a vendor in the city of Paterson, but to make the statement that they've done political signs for everyone is not correct.
no, so let me correct, for some.
Let's take, you have some valid points, Councilman Velez. It was a great discussion. Let's just, keep it, let's just leave it the way you presented it.
Okay, so let's see, let me change the question. Who verified any political contribution when this happened? In an RFP, in a contract, we go through that process. We make sure that nobody have been donating any campaign. We make sure that it is a contract that is fair process. So who did this? Nobody just washing the house?
Well, so duly noted, Councilman.
Thank you.
Duly noted. You have brought up the point. I'm sure they're gonna look into it and see if anything have been violated. Any other comments? No? Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call the payment of bills for COVID-19 in the amount of $11,060. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Chahurdy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dabu?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Glass?
No.
Mr. President?
No.
The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $11,060 is hereby allowed for COVID-19.
Council colleagues, at this time, let me make you aware that we have been presented with another item to add into the agenda. So we need to consider amending the actual agenda to include this item. It is an item that normally gets done on a yearly basis before the budget is adopted. It is basically a resolution. Madam Clerk, do you mind if I just read a little bit of it?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
It is a resolution that we normally do when the city decides to use either the collection rate from last year or the 3-year average. So the CFO, informed us that this needed to be done in order to entertain the other resolutions that we have on the agenda. So Madam Clerk, could we entertain a motion to include this item?
Yes, Mr. President. At this time, yes, sir. We have an addendum, an item to be added to the agenda, and we need unanimous vote to add this item to our regular meeting agenda. And this addendum reads, the following resolution is also scheduled for your consideration at the regular meeting of the municipal council to be held on Tuesday, September 8th, 2020 at 7 p.m. in the council chamber/room, Paterson, New Jersey. Item to be voted on to the regular meeting agenda. Item number 69, resolution authorizing the use of a 3-year average tax collection rate for the calculation of the reserve for uncollected taxes for the transition year 2020 municipal budget. Finance Resolution 2511.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Oh, no, talk, okay, that's,
We're voting on the agenda.
I got it.
We're gonna add it. We can discuss it later.
Yeah.
Roll call to vote item 69 onto the regular meeting agenda of September 8th, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chahurdy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dabu.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Okay. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the record reflects that the third ward is vacant. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, and the record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 69 is voted onto the regular meeting agenda of September 8th, 2020. Mr. President, you want us to take action on that item now?
Yes, that's what I was about to suggest. Let's just take care of this item number 69, and we'll get it out of the way.
Next item for consideration to be voted on at this time is item number 69. And item number 69 reads, resolution authorizing use of a 3-year average tax collection rate for the calculation of the reserve for uncollected taxes for the transition year 2020 municipal budget. Finance Resolution 2511.
So move.
Second.
Lewis, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Actually, yeah, roll call. No discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 69 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Shahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ba.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dab.
Before I vote, I just have one, question. I know Councilman Velez wanted a discussion, but we went on to the roll call. I can't seem to find the 3 average. I wanted to know, so last year's 2020 was less, am I correct? I know that there's an average of 3 years. I don't have the document from me, what did I do?
So, Madam CFO.
Hold up, it was sent in email, it wasn't sent in our packets, so if you give me a second, I just wanna know. Actually, yeah, March.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay. First thing today, Councilwoman. Let's
So,
No, I know I have it, it was sent at
collection
15.
rate,
Sorry, go ahead.
first of all, let me advise the council that the reason that I asked for this to be placed on tonight's agenda, to be added, is during the budget review today, they asked for this resolution to be put onto the agenda and adopted prior to the budget.
Okay,
So, fiscal year 20's tax can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The fiscal year 20 collection rate was 92.63%. Fiscal year 19, 97.28%. Fiscal year 18, 96.76%, for a 3-year average of 95.56%. Believe we're using 94.7% in the budget.
Council President, my question was, because it's my understanding, I understand that it's an average of the 3 years, but last year's was lower, so I was just asking, why didn't we just go with the 3rd year?
No, because there is a line item, if you don't mind, if you want the answer from me, Councilwoman Davila. There's an item that is called in the budget, reserve for uncollected tax. And if we use the 92%, that means we will have to bill the taxpayers a larger amount. So we're actually gonna make the taxpayers pay more in the levy than if we use the 3-year average. That's why the state, for example, if we're in year 20, we would have used the fiscal year 19 because it was at 97.28. So we use whichever is more beneficial for the residents and the taxpayers. We gotta use this time as the average. Am I correct, March?
That's correct.
Thank you, March. So that's the reason. The state allows you to do that, either choose the 3-year average or last year's collection rate.
I understand that, that's my point. So if last year's collection rate was 92%, 92.63,
Yeah. You wanna use the higher, Councilwoman. So if we're at 97, for example, and the levy is 100, we will have to bill the taxpayers 103 million. Because last year was just 97%. This is a tool that is used so municipalities don't end up in a deficit because of that portion, the portion that is not collected. So if we use the 92 and the levy is 100, that means we have to bill the taxpayers $108 million. That's $8 million instead of just 5, for example. So, and March, this 92 is probably cost because we normally do an accelerated tax sale. And last year we didn't, is that correct? I think March is.
Well, we did an accelerated tax sale, but we had one quarter that was excluded, the May quarter.
The last quarter we didn't collect because of
Yeah.
the COVID. We didn't include in the accelerated. So any other questions?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman.
so in a simple language,
Councilman, we were on roll call, I was gonna vote.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
sorry, yeah.
I went so long that I totally forgot. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Madam.
me too.
Go ahead. Councilman.
My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson, I know you just joined us, you're voting, and
Yeah, I'm ready, Madam Clerk.
you're ready, item number 69, yes, sir, thank you.
One of the things, I do have a question, and I think maybe Councilman Velez may have been going in that direction. But before my question, I mean, it's rather disappointing that this item, I mean, when items like this come up, there should be a thorough discussion in both workshop and if there's any concerns, there should be an ask or a call for before. I mean, I know I just logged in, but I wasn't even able to say that we should have a discussion about this. And at the very least, you know, because there's been so many different tricks and tactics that have been maneuvered, but in the end result, all I hear from my constituents is the increase in their taxes. So there's been a substantial increase in their sewer, both from the one-time fee and the ongoing fee. Many residents are calling me, texting me, emailing me consistently, talking about the impact that they've had on their taxes. So while we're in the questioning mode, I would ask the council president, Mr. Chairman of Finance, how exactly is this benefiting the residents who've been detrimentally impacted by the uptick in taxes over the last 2.5 years?
You want to go until I vote, or you know what? Let me answer now, since the question is addressed to me, or you want to address it to the CFO? But I'm happy to answer.
Council President, before you go forward,
please.
Yeah.
So technically, this is something that is considered every year. Every year, every municipality considers this. You either use last year's collection rate or you use the 3-year average. Whatever's more beneficial to put less of a burden on the taxpayer.
The burden of the taxpayers, and I know we're in roll call, but all I need is a very quick, how does it benefit the residents?
How, if to be honest, if we don't put this through tonight, then we can't consider voting on the budget. And the only thing I could tell you that the only way this benefit is like I stated previously. You will have to raise more in the levy. If you use the 92% that we collect last year, you're aligning the budget core reserve fund collected tax, you will have to send the taxpayers a bigger bill. That's what this resolution does. That's it. Nothing else, Councilman.
You know, one of the things that we should have, especially, you know, as the chair of finance, is the foresight. And what's extremely disappointing is that the residents are being consistently sold on the fact of how each one of these items is going to be beneficial. And every item that we have that we are boxed into voting for, if we don't do this tonight, then we can't do this tomorrow. If we don't get this done today, then we can't vote on the budget tomorrow. I mean, the way in which I really was very optimistic coming into this last couple of years and thinking we have a bright young crew, but obviously my optimism was wrongfully placed, because as we stand now doing continuously going down the same path, there's no benefit to the residents. This is not about the residents. This is about something else that I can't answer right now, but I know I'm unwilling to support it. I mean, my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Mr. President.
Councilman Velez, they want to come to you for the roll call.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're in the middle of roll call.
No, it's
Councilman Mims, did you say yes?
I said yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Glass?
Council President, with all respect, the reason I didn't call again for the discussion is because you said that we could discuss it later on, and you pull it in to discuss it now. So the discussion part, I didn't pull it in so fast. But yes, there's more question to ask, because right now, the administration stated that we move from fiscal year to calendar year, that we're not gonna raise no taxes, that people are going to have a tax relief for the next, I don't know what quarters, and we stand over here saying, okay, so if this is good to move forward, let's move forward. Now the question I wanna ask, in a simple basic is, what will this represent to the taxpayer in the property value that they have right now paying taxes? So March, can you answer me that question before I do my vote? What would this represent if a person have a property of $200,000, $300,000, and $400,000? Give me the three scenario. What will happen to them if they're paying taxes based on that 92 or 95.56%?
Well, the tax collection rate has an inverse relationship or an indirect relationship. If the tax collection rate is lower, the reserve for uncollected taxes, which is a non-spending appropriation in the budget, that is higher. So when you have a higher tax collection rate, which we can achieve by averaging the past 3 years tax collection rates, in doing so, that allows us to maintain services without having to cut other appropriations for, balancing the budget for the reserve fund collected taxes. So it's really not a direct impact on the tax bill, because obviously if we had to raise the tax levy because we couldn't collect enough taxes, we would have to reduce spending.
So Marge, based on your experience, and knowing that we are going through COVID, and a lot of people are not getting paid, a lot of people are not paying rent, a lot of people are not getting the benefit that it was like before this COVID-19. Based on your experience, how we look at this collection in the next 6 months?
So our collection for the third quarter, which was the August collection period, we achieved almost 87% collection for the quarter. So we are collecting our taxes very well in the city. Right now, we're still collecting the sewer charges, so we don't know where that's going to land, but that grace period expires at the end of this month. So our taxpayers are paying their bills. We're doing as well as we did in any other quarter, in spite of the pandemic.
Council President, I will pass for now.
You're the only one that haven't voted, Councilman.
I know.
Councilman, it would be you. I would have to come back to you because you're the next.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I forgot I'm the last one to vote. May I ask how much is the vote, Madam President?
We have 4 in favor, 2 against.
My vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So I don't want to prolong the discussion, Madam Clerk, but just to address the question previously raised by my colleagues, how does this affect the taxpayers? If we use the 92%, like Mark stated, we will have to either 2 things: increase taxes or lay off a lot of people to balance the budget. That's why this is beneficial. My vote on this is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 against. Let the record reflect the third vote is vacant. Therefore, item number 69 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we did announce that we're gonna have the public portion at 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
How many speakers do we have so far?
I have to check with Ryan, he's keeping the alarm there. But in the meantime, if I could just repeat the number.
Sure.
The president, Ryan just came by, he said no one called yet.
Okay, so, again, we're gonna start at 8 o'clock. No one calls, I guess we're not, we gotta open and close the public portion. Madam Clerk.
President?
If you read into the record again the numbers, sir, is that okay with you?
Sure, Madam Clerk.
If not, we are meeting about 2 more minutes per 8. Anyone wishes to participate in the public portion, the number to call is 973-321-1579. 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. And press star 3 to be added to the speaker list.
Council President?
Well, hold on, Councilman Velez. Councilman Davila wants to speak before we entertain a motion to open the public portion. Councilman Davila?
Yeah, actually, since they said there was no speakers, and still there was 3 minutes left, there's 2 minutes now, I wanted, just for you to be aware that, if you wanted to take item 53, that is an item that I'm going to recuse myself.
We'll get there right now, but, it's already 7:58. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Council President, due that this agenda was published, I think if people was following the agenda, they probably noted that first reading was like, a lot of items on it. And then the public portion, probably they going by judging the time it will take that. If you want to do the first reading and then come back with the agenda say with the public portion, it will be beneficial for those, out there.
Duly noted, Councilman.
Thank you.
There's a method to my madness. I actually wanted to do the public portion first because we have a lot of items that require a public hearing, and you will have people calling that are actually calling for the public portion, not for the actual item. So, Madam Clerk, I will take Councilwoman Davida's recommendation. That way, we give a little bit more time to the viewers to call in. Could we entertain item number 53 at this time?
Yes, Ryan just informed me that we have one person holding on.
So let's do item 53.
Yes, sir. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item number 53. And item number 53 reads, resolution authorizing submission of a grant application for the Passaic County Cultural and Heritage Council, Passaic County Community College Local Arts Program, LAP, re-grant, administration, resolution 2495. The motion?
The motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Chaudhry.
Council, discussion for a minute.
Who moved it? Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Okay. Stand corrected. Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, just, it brought to my attention here when I read this, County Culture and Heritage Council, is good and dandy. But through the chair to the administration, may I ask why, any chance the division or the Department of Culture or Fair of the city was dissolved? And if it was, dissolved without the council approval, why that happened? Because I believe that's a division of the city of Paterson Cultural Affairs. If Kathleen Long is here or can answer that, why it got dissolved and employees was sent to recreation?
Madam BA? That a question, Councilman Velez. So, you around?
Correct, I'm here. Kathleen Long, I want Kathleen Long to answer.
Madam BA just stepped out to run to the restroom. She just sent me she sent me a text message a minute ago. I just didn't see it. So she is around. She just stepped out to the restroom. And I can only give you my understanding. My understanding is that the department or division was not dissolved. That the employees may or may not have been transferred, but the division has not been dissolved.
Yeah, and so the division is still, existence based on ordinance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Council President. I just want to put that to the record. Is there any chance you could give me, Madam, Corporate Counsel, can you give a report when this office is gonna go back to fully enforce, employees and et cetera?
I'll ask our BA and then I'll give you a report if that's okay via email, or do you want me to?
No, we got communication.
Council?
It will be to the entire council, but we got good communication. You could have a sidebar if you want with me and then send the email. That would be good.
I'll get the information and send it forward.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council President, Corporate Council.
We go to roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 53 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Shahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davlin recused herself from item number 53. Councilman Jackson.
Abstain?
Councilwoman Nix.
I just want to say how proud I am of the amazing work that they're doing in this, the RAC, as we call it. Selena, Queen, thank you for all you do. All of the great people that are part of this great cultural organization in the partnership with Passaic County Culture and Heritage. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you. Councilman Blanche.
150% yes. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor. Let the record reflect that Councilman Davlin recused herself from item number 63. 1 abstain. Therefore, item number 63 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to open the public portion.
Yes, sir. At this time, the public portion is now open. And Brian, can you put through first speaker? Thank you. Will the first speaker state your name and address for the record, please?
Wahida Muhammad. Paterson. Okay. I want to first of all say to Council President, I don't know if it was your last meeting, but I want to ask, I guess through the chair to Corporation Council, when Councilman Jackson was totally excluded from the meeting, that left his entire ward without representation. I want to know, how is that legally possible to happen that way?
Ms. Muhammad, could you turn down, I think you have, there's an echo behind, I think you have the meeting on probably. There's like a delay.
Okay, but I'm in a different room, but let me go turn it down in the other room. Hold on.
That's okay, if it's not disturbing you when you speak, that's fine, don't worry about it.
So that was my first question. My second question is whether or not, I don't know what time tonight you will get to the other number 55 and number 56, but as a part of the Grandparents Relative Care Resource Center, and to just be a part of something that's so fabulous that's coming into the city. I just want to ask all of you to give this your highest regard and to know that this is a project that will really and truly help grandparents, finally, to really help grandparents, especially those that are raising grandchildren, and to know that someone is finally coming that look like me that will now think about what it is that we're going through in this city. And I really hope and pray that I don't hear any negativity tonight in reference to this project. So I'm just asking you for your attention and your cooperation for this project to go forward as quickly as possible. And the last thing I want to say is to all of you, you are cordially invited to our Grandparents' Day in the Park on this Sunday from 12 to 5. We will be practicing safe distancing and we will be wearing masks, but we will take them off for you to enjoy a delicious meal with us. So we're asking you and the community that wants to come out. We also was blessed with book bags and book supplies for our students, even though, you know, it's up in the air as to how they're going to really come through this year. But we're going to do what we can do to make that happen. So we're looking forward to all of you coming out on Sunday, this Sunday, God's will, the 13th, the second Sunday in September, for our annual Grandparents' Day in the park. Now, I will hang up and wait for the response from Corporation Counsel because I really want to know the answer to my question. And if someone can tell me where we are with the COVID money for those nonprofits that are out here doing the work. I don't hear anything about that, and whether or not we are really, you know, going to see that happen. It just, I don't know. And I keep hearing we're waiting for the feds to do whatever. Somebody should be able to say something. Okay? Thank you.
Do you have any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Just give me a second, Mr. President. Let me check with IT.
Corporation Counsel, you want to answer Ms. Muhammad's question while we get ready for the next speaker?
Sir, I'm not sure what meeting Ms. Muhammad's referring to. However, pursuant to the council rules and our ordinances, there are rules for decorum, if I'm correctly thinking about what she's referring to. And in the rules, folks can be removed from meetings. And I can provide Ms. Muhammad with a copy of that if she would like.
Yeah, I don't think it was the last meeting she was referring to. I think it was a different meeting, but it did happen. Thank you, Madam Corporation Counsel.
Council President.
Councilman, do we have, hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson. I think Councilwoman Cotton is asking for the floor, but if you speak, Councilwoman, Madam Clerk, are we ready for the next speaker or not yet?
There is no other speaker at this time, Mr. President.
Do you mind doing okay, let's do a motion to close the public portion and then you could speak.
May I have
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of September 8th, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Shahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davin.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, I would like to at least try to entertain a clear, concise answer to Ms. Muhammad's question. I appreciate you, Ms. Muhammad, first and foremost, for considering those who I represent, because obviously everyone does not. But I would like to make it extremely clear, just for a point of reference, Corporation Counsel refers to, and after my further research, I would conclude that she is correct, that in the event that there was a outbreak and or some type of disruption of decorum there should be. In fact, let's say, for example, if I was standing on my desk and or using obscenities and profanity, of which I do not do. I have used profanity in my frustration before, but it's never been directed at anyone. There's never been a moment where I've disrespected anyone, called anyone stupid out of their name. What I do is I press the issues and I bring forward the factual context that obviously makes some people uncomfortable. So therefore, the effort in silencing me is consistent. One of the biggest disappointments that I've had is recently in another meeting, as our corporation counsel refused to hear from me as she undermined another question and concern that I had. She stated she refuses to be disrespected and or spoken to out of character. One, I think everyone will have to acknowledge, one, I'm always extremely respectful. I say yes, no. I most of the time say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, outside of this context. But I always refer to people, including the employees who work in the clerk's office, as Miss whomever, Mr. such and such. I'm always extremely respectful, but I do press the hard questions, and I'm consistent. And it disappoints me when I bring forward these hard concerns in situations that I refuse to get answers for. As for example, the firefighter Hunt and how he continues to be mistreated. As I'm continuously getting emails from employees who talk about the unfair treatment. The members of DPW who have yet to get their hazardous pay. The members of the Paterson Municipal Court systems who has been forced to work while the top brass in this administration are comfortably working from home, and yet all the employees who happen to be predominantly black and brown are mistreated. So listen, I'll stay consistent. I've never been a person afraid to stand alone and fight alone for what's right, and I'll continue to do so. I can't be brought on and coerced to do something. I can't speak for other people. It's disappointing that they would, but the concern for my constituency should be clear. And as council president, multiple times, not only did he extract me from the meeting, but he prohibited me from re-entering, which also is a concern. So did I have a right to take issue with him and possibly bring forward a lawsuit? Absolutely I did, because he would have to have proven that I was being such a nuisance that I had to be removed, and show, which the videotape will be clear to show, that I absolutely never disrespected him or anyone else. The issue is they can't deal with the fact that they are not representing for the constituency in the manner in which they promised to. In fighting for people not receiving heavy tax increases and so on and so forth. I can go on all night, but I won't. I'll rest it there. I appreciate your concern, Madam Muhammad, and I'm clear that the rest of the public is seeing it and acknowledging it as well, considering the number of phone calls that I continue to get. And as everyone else continues to be frustrated, yet and still, they won't stand up for the poor mistreatment of the people of this community. They're willing to lay down where I'm not. An old saying, you lay down with the wrong dogs, you come up with fleas, and I do so.
Thank you very much.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Grant?
We voting for what? I forgot.
In the public portion.
Oh, okay. Yes. Let's close the public portion. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, before I go, I just want to remind my colleagues that, the courtesy also to the residents, let's try to stay within 2 minutes with our discussions. I know sometimes we're going to exceed that time, but let's just try to, get through this agenda. And I just want to remind the residents that action was just not taken against one council person, but it was taken against several, more than one council person. And you gotta understand, as a president, my role is to keep the quorum of the meeting. And at that time, I found it almost impossible to run a meeting. We need to keep control. When you're in the council chambers, it's easier actually to run the meetings. But you know what? We did have an effective meeting last meeting, so we're all professionals here, and we could actually have a productive meeting through this, using the software. So my vote is yes at this time, Madam Clerk. And I just want to let the public and the residents of the first ward that the intent was never to take the voice away from the first ward representative. It was actually to conduct a meeting. That's what we're trying to do. And we had a very productive meeting last meeting, and this one is going well, also well. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public portion is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Cotton, I know you've been waiting for a while.
Thank you, Council President, because I thought that once we got through roll call, that's when you were gonna let us speak about what we needed to speak about. Maybe I was thinking wrong, but I just want to listen.
That was the intent, Councilwoman, that was the intent.
Yeah, you're right. I just want to say to Ms. Muhammad that every other day I'm calling about the COVID money. I just want to say to Kathleen, I've spoken with Barbara McClendon, the director. She said that HUD has not sent it down, but she assured me that the underwriter has been checking like every other day about the COVID money. So it's not like I'm not staying on top of it. I know Director McClendon is staying on top of it. I know the underwriter is staying on top of the COVID money that has not come down to us yet for the city. So Ms. Muhammad, I'm still checking. Every other day I'm checking. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, can we entertain at this moment the first reading ordinances?
Yes, Mr. President. This time, though, we have our first reading ordinances, and these ordinances require no public hearing is required. First item is item number 1. And item number 1 reads, an ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on 20th Avenue between Railroad Avenue and Straight Street, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. We have a second.
Council President, you want me to explain it?
Second.
Hold on. Second by Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we have a discussion or we want to go into roll call?
Discussion. Council President, I just want to let you know that this items for DPW was put forward by the director of DPW. It was a high zone of dumping, and still it was not marked, got no parking, no standing. By law, you need to do it because the train trestle are there. Nobody could park anyway. All stop under the train trestle. It's just to go along with the state law and transportation to restrict this area. People was parking and they can enforce it because the sign was not up and the line was not painted. So we are going based on the law. So that's why you see that's the first reading. Everything that you see here, 1, 2, at least those 2 are under the train trestle, and it had to be by following the law that is already established by the state of New Jersey.
Thank you for the clarification, Councilman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 1 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes, can you continue the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Traherney.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Velez, how many blocks is this between Railroad Avenue and Straight Street? How many blocks?
It's only 1 block. If you notice, it's under the train trestle of Grand Street and Exit Street, right there, and the other one is 20 Avenue that nobody could park between 20 Avenue and Railroad. It's nobody. It's under the train trestle. That section.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Blair.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting on September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m. Move on to number 2, Ms. Bratton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
This item is item number 2 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Grand Street between Railroad Avenue and Crosby Place, Department of Public Works.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 2 for first reading. Councilman Abdul Aziz. Councilman Chahari.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Dowd.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Wu.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that third vote. Therefore, item number 2 is hereby adopted as first reading, and second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Number 3, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 3 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance setting minor place between North 2nd Street and North 4th Street as a one-way street eastbound, Department of Public Works.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 3 for first reading. Councilman Abdul Aziz. Councilman Chahari.
Yes.
Councilman Khan. You're muted, Councilman.
You're muted.
I thought that, I'm sorry, since the director is here, I thought Border Place was already a one-way.
I'm Charles Anto, I'm Charles Lane. I'm Cal.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Were they-
Can you hear me? Can I heard?
Say that
Hello?
again.
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes, Councilman, this, the Barter Place is currently a one-way the other way, westbound. And
Oh.
due to the change of the one-way on North 2nd Street, so there is some inconvenience for the local people on this one block road. So they made a request to Councilman Jackson to reverse it to the eastbound.
Oh, okay, so it'll go down from North 4th to North 2nd.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I got friends on Barter, that was what I was saying. I'm sorry, I just know that it was already a one-way. Thank you, Han Chao.
Sure.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Nix.
Yes.
Councilman Black.
Councilman Jackson, thank you for bringing it forward in the committee and serve the situation and making the changes. My vote is yes.
Mr. President, did you respond, Mr. President? You did that, I didn't hear. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects that the third vote is vacant. Therefore, item number 3 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting on September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, next item number 4 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on Market Street between East 29th Street and East 30th Street, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Second.
Council President. Yeah, thank you. Council President.
Second, I'm sorry.
Yes. It was moved by Councilman Willis Simmons and first by me. I just want to give a highlight. This item number 4 was removed by me in a workshop, and we brought it back. We discussed it, and also I visited the business that solicited this loading zone. Is well needed. So just to let you know that I did my diligent work on it. Thank you, Council President.
President, I think you're muted. Continue, sir. Roll call.
Yes, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 4 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Tahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to ask Councilor Velez, what changed from when you took it off and when you put it back on?
Because I needed to visit the area, making sure the individual understand what is a loading zone and understand that that loading zone is going to be restricted also for personal cars and everything. So knowing that it's not going to take the whole block, it's going to take only like 50 or less than 25 feet from in front of his business, because there's a bus stop also there. And he understood the process, what is a loading zone is. It's not for personal work, it's not for personal cars, it's for unload and load merchandise to a store. He will understand it, so I give him the green light for it to move forward in the committee.
Is he getting that much supplies that he need a loading zone?
That's correct. He received, during the day, he received heavy merchandise, sofa, different furniture to be able to work on it.
Oh, that's what he's getting. Okay.
Correct.
I know that too. All right, thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Dowden.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that third ward is vacant. Before item number 4 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Item 5.
The next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Sherman Avenue and Henry Street. Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second. Councilman Velez.
Second.
Mr. Sharkey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call in item number 5, first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Charlie.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dowden.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mears.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilman Velez.
Oh, yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 5 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of September 2nd, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk, we're going to continue with items 6 and 7. I believe they require a public hearing.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before, let me just read this into the record again for the public, because it requires a public hearing. For the public hearing for item number 6, hold on, Mr. President. And item number 8, 9, and 10. If anyone wishes to participate on the public hearing for any of these items, the number to call is 973 321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting, press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. And give us a second to see if anyone would like to participate.
Council President,
Councilman Velez?
until they get someone to speak on those two items, is there any chance I could get 6 and 7? I only have a booklet on me.
Council President, can Hung be excused from the meeting? Is that
Sure.
I'm sorry, you can excuse.
Thank you, Hanchak.
Mr. President, if I may, Councilman, Mr. President, Mayor?
Yes.
Councilman, what was your question again, sir?
I need the original, I need if possible, the resolution. I only have the explanation of the budget, tax year, whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
the answer. The resolution, there's a public hearing on the introduced budget which you have in front of you, but for number 7, to adopt the budget, the resolution is included in that budget. There's not a separate resolution.
I know, normally we get a resolution form of paper and we don't have it, so I don't have it, so.
Mr. Marge, you can Marge it under that, Mr. President? Marge? Hold on, Councilman. I think
Okay.
This is the only thing we want to do.
And what, that's it?
That's it.
So they changed the dates here now? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be.
The actual resolution for the adoption of the municipal budget is contained within the budget document on budget sheets number 42 and 43 or 41 and 42.
Or we don't receive no resolution that say whereas the budget, whereas this, whereas that? We don't get that anymore, or just this booklet here?
What is the booklet? Can you turn that around, Councilman?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm afraid to show it because they have paper.
Oh, that's the budget.
I
So
know,
if you turn to sheets number 41 and 42 at the back, that's the actual resolution.
I got it. Normally they put it on the front, that's why. I don't know, I just seen it before different. This time is, yeah, all right.
Mr. President, if I may.
Sure, Madam Clerk.
If there's no one that wishes to speak on the public hearing of the introduced budget, may I have a motion to close the public hearings for item number 6 for the
Moved by Councilwoman Davila,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call to close the public hearing on the approved introduced transitional year 2020 municipal budget. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Hardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. You're muted.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
You know, I gotta vote, but before I vote, you know, we have more than 23,000 property in the city of Paterson that pay taxes. We have more than 150 residents in the city of Paterson, and not having nobody to call and ask about this budget. We as administration, or the administration and the council, we need to come back to council. The other council meetings, people used to come to council meeting and speak about the budget. Now with this meeting and Zoom and this and that, probably disfranchising the residents of Paterson. But hey, we need to conduct business. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 8 in favor. That the record reflects that the third vote is vacant. Public hearing on the approved introduced transition 2020 municipal budget is hereby closed. Mr. President, if I may, Councilman, may I answer Councilman Velez? We did
Yes, Madam Clerk.
publish in the paper with the date and the time for this public hearing.
I understood, Madam Clerk. The thing is that we, the legislative body, and you guys could agree on this, every time that we could approve a budget or disapprove a budget, the first thing they say is, what are you guys doing? People need to get involved, understand that their tax money is getting approved today. Thank you.
Before you continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we all know that this pandemic has changed all of our lives. We're not doing things the way we used to. And although we have a responsibility, we're trying to fulfill that responsibility through this, software. But we're not trying to disenfranchise anyone. All we're trying to do is handle city's business. And the times that we're in right now, this is the best way we could do it at this time. We all have different opinions, but we're not the only municipality that is handling their business in this manner. Councilwoman Khan?
I just want to let March know, or the VA, that they need to correct on the budget package they gave us. They need to correct Councilman Luis Velez. His term do not expire on 6/30/22.
Thank you.
Expires 6/30/24. I just, March, please.
They're trying to get rid of you earlier.
Oh, they want me in another
So
office?
noted. We'll fix it.
Thank you, Finance Chair, thank you.
And that's a sign, Councilman, but it's 2022, I don't know.
No, let me say, I love a council seat, I love what I do. Don't put me titles, I like to move forward with the pace of God and the people will, so.
You laugh from time to time, but continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Continue with item number 7, Mr. President.
Yes.
Next item is item number 7, resolution authorizing adoption of the transitional year 2020 municipal budget. Finance resolution number 2449. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is second to adopt.
Actually, so Madam Clerk, on number 6, we just did the motion to close.
Council President, we didn't, that was a motion to close the public hearing for number 6, correct?
Correct. Yeah, correct, Madam Clerk, that was a motion to close, the public hearing. We didn't vote.
Completed that already, Mr. President.
Yeah, we did.
We haven't voted on number 6 yet.
Yeah, no, Mr. President, number 6 is listed, that, but it's just, we adopted that for introduction. So number 6 also only required a public hearing. So that's, we don't need another vote on that, just to close, open the public hearing and close the public hearing.
Correct.
Now we are in the process to adopt the budget, which is number 7.
Got it.
I just cited there just to make it just, everyone would understand what the public hearing was on.
So you need a second?
We are in number 7 now. I had a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Mims
Let me do a second there.
and second by Councilman Velez.
Correct.
For the adoption of the transitional year 2020 municipal budget. Thank you.
Discussion?
We have a, who first, who moved this item, number 7?
Council. Councilman
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by who?
Councilman Velez.
Second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Abdulaziz?
Thank you, Council President. Madam CFO, this budget only goes till December or July 1st, correct?
No.
I mean, January 1st.
This budget, is a 6-month budget,
January 1st, correct?
December 31st. December 31st, 2020, this budget ends.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
March, I just want to put in the record, please put on the record, we changed it to fiscal year to calendar year. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay, March, can you please put on the record, at this 6 month, is not going to be no tax increase for the taxpayer of the city of Paterson?
The tax bills for the individual properties will not increase unless the rateable went up, but without an increase in rateable. It's a flat, the 6 quarters, the first and second, third and fourth of 2020, and the first and second of 2021 are relatively unchanged.
Okay, March, I recall, are we ready? And that answer, that question that was answered by the administration, do we have reserve just in case? Why we counted for this month? Because when I listening to you and you say unless, if, you know, it brings a question mark and not a direct answer what I want you to put on record. Because everybody's being preaching and saying this is good for us as administration, as us as a city, that taxes are going to be increased for the next 6 quarters of taxes. I heard that before. I just want to make sure that my constituents, and not only the constituent, we have businesses owner that they already have signs out there saying either you know, they have to sell everything and close. So I want to make sure that they're not going to be, you know, that there's a bad deal on it, you know, hiding fees or whatever, that then they're going to come back and say, hey, you guys move, but they really hit us with a tax increase.
No, as I explained, it's overall, it's a flat levy for the 6 quarters, starting with the February quarter of 2020 and going through the May quarter of 2021.
How much will be that flat? How much will be that flat levy? Because you
well,
say
this
flat.
is a 6-month budget.
You say flat, so make it a flat now. Yeah.
Flat tax. Yeah, flat tax bill.
Correct.
Because
So
you can't look at the 6-month levy. It's half.
So how, for example, give us an example, 200, 300, 400 flat levy, or whatever it is. Tell me what's a flat levy for you.
So there were the tax bills. I can't get into the systems. I can't look at my records, but from recollection, the tax bills for each of those 6 quarters had a minimal change. You know, a couple of dollars. That's flat.
Okay, yeah, but can you Council President, sorry I delayed this, but can you tell me at least what page I could find that flat? Before that, we flattened the curve, we flattened the COVID-19. Now we want to know what flat we going. We don't want to find ourselves on a flat tire in the city of Paterson.
Yeah, the tax levy is found on sheet 11.
11, okay. So that will be 130,
No. The levy on 4A. 6A, I'm sorry, 6A.
I got number 6 only, page number 6, sheet number 6, and then jump to 7 and 7A.
Sheet number 11.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Column 6.
line 6A.
6A. So for the record, it will be $159 million, $232,665.52, correct?
So that was last year's tax levy, fiscal year 20. We have a
TY, yes, correct. So
Okay.
81 million.
Is half of a levy, okay? We have 6 months of a budget with this budget. It's not a full year.
Well, Councilman Velez, just to clarify, and I'm sorry, Mark. The statement of being a flat levy is not a flat levy. It's a flat, according to administration, it's a flat bill. That means,
Flat bill.
I don't know, I don't agree with the assessment program that we had, but when you increase the assessment, it doesn't affect your tax rate as much, right? In fact, if your assessment increase and your levy remains the same, you will see a tax rate decrease, right? So the levy actually went up because the state requires a 2%. So it's not a flat levy.
Correct. Now, Council President, now that you say you don't like the assessment, we're not working with the assessment company anymore, right? So it's stuck, right?
I understand, but the numbers that I use is these numbers.
Correct. So correct. So working with the assessment, are we going to entertain that in the future?
That's a question for another time. Let's stick to the budget right now. We'll do respect.
No, we are. It's that you mentioned the assessment, so you open it for discussion. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, March.
Welcome.
So, any other questions?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Madam Sharon.
Yes, Councilman.
Have there been any raises to anyone presented in this budget, proposal? Any raises or pay increases to anyone?
Included in this budget, right?
So there have been, I mean, I can't specifically identify those, but there have been none to department heads. It's mostly for staff, in various departments, promotional, additional duties, et cetera. That's reflected in this budget. It is budgeted for.
This is the first reading, correct?
No.
No.
It's actually to adopt.
So, Madam Sharon, why isn't it possible to outline specifically? We talked about this, in the unsuccessful, committee meeting that we had. But why isn't it possible to outline where these pay increases are being made?
At this moment, I don't have that information with me for discussion. Perhaps the BA does, but I don't have that.
Madam BA, do you have the information?
No, I don't. We would have to detail because this would be numerous employees who might have been receiving their increases, due to conversations that started before this budget process. So I would have, some of them were the ones that were listed when we spoke in Personnel Committee, as you reviewed the list. Those would be some of the ones and they would be included in this budget.
So
Council President.
Is that included? It was a question that was asked. We requested the information. The administration is putting out a notice that there's furloughs to be paid, while other members of the staff are being denied, what they're entitled well, let me ask the question, Madam Sharon, Madam BA, whoever cares to answer, has the money for the emergency risk pay for the various departments, that for those employees that have been forced to work through COVID-19, is it included in this budget?
Well, as a matter of course, the payroll for any employee that worked during COVID, with the exception of overtime, which most of that was charged out by June 30th, 2020, those amounts were part of the normal budget. So the overtime, again, for example, in the finance department, I had the tax office working all during the pandemic. My regular overtime budget was able to absorb those costs. The question is out whether or not we will be reimbursed for those costs. But at this time, they were budgeted. And again, in this transitional year budget, each department has an allotment of overtime costs that they will incur. Same with my department.
We're not talking overtime, Madam Sharon. We're talking about for example, DPW employees have a clause within their contract that states they're entitled to, whenever there is a state of emergency, they're entitled to time and a half. Is that being considered in this budget? Retro to the time that they spent working during the pandemic.
I think that comes under the area of the hazardous pay.
Correct.
And at this time, I know where we are with that. I know the BA is working with the our grant company and the county on those issues.
So
So that would be hazardous pay?
correct. Is it included in this budget?
No. No.
So while other employees who received it, we have certain employees who did not. And
No one has received, sorry, Councilman, I'll let you finish.
I'm done.
Council President, I just wanted to clarify, no one has received hazard pay.
Okay.
Council President,
Did you finish, Councilman Jackson?
Just one last thing, Council President. I mean, I don't think that that's correct. I know multiple departments, including fire and police, that have been receiving pay that for their work during the pandemic. There's also been money with the $30+ million, the $8 million that was given by the county for the overtime, whether it was overtime and or considered as hazardous pay. These employees had to work. They were instructed. They were not capable of taking off, and yet and still they're not being paid what they rightfully so are entitled to. So we can play games and with the wording, no one has received hazardous pay, but there's a number of different departments and including department heads that have worked during this time and received pay compensation for it. So if we're not including it in this, I guess it's safe to assume I can go back and tell all those employees that they're not going to see the pay that they rightfully so entitled to, because it's contractually, we are as a city are contractually obligated to pay that pay. When should they expect to receive the payment? We're being asked to approve a budget that doesn't include taking care of the responsibilities that the city is entitled responsible for. I'm done, Council President.
Council President.
Zoom.
So, Madam BA, you made a statement that, we had a discussion in the Personnel Committee, and we actually asked some questions that have yet to receive information on, as well as Councilman Jackson. And I noticed that on the list that were given, they were not fully complete. There were people that have gotten promotions and or increases, and they were not part of the different lists that we had. In addition, there was also some other requests in terms of new hires, and again, as Councilman Jackson stated, and Councilman Villas has been talking about this, about, receiving notifications of furloughs, understanding the reason that has to be put forth, but it just, it just doesn't make sense. Like the average person that's looking out there is saying, wow, people like the little man is getting a notification of a possible furlough. My next door coworker is getting increases of 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. So, it is alarming. And, sometimes I just wonder, we get partial information. It's almost to appease. Oh, you made a request. Well, you got it in an email, but, or in the committee meeting, but the information was not all there. And just as you know, and yes, Madam Villa, you're looking at me like puzzled, but, discussion that was had, that the information was not complete. I asked, there's certain people that are not on there that I know, received either an increase or a promotion and were not part of the list. So,
Council President, can I just address?
No.
Councilwoman Davila, I think that's not exactly accurate. I think what we did provide to you was the listing. What we did talk about is that the pending, you asked for some of the positions that might be pending approval by DCA or transfers. Those we did not provide, and that's what we're gathering for you, in preparation for the next personnel committee meeting, which I think you had said we were going to be holding on Thursdays, maybe every other week. So we had a conversation to prepare that for you. But all the other information, the new hires, the titles, the out of title pay, the promotional stuff, all that is accurate, which was provided to you. If there's something that's missing, then I can look about that specific instance, but I believe everything that was in there or everything that has happened was included in that. But we can always take that offline if you want to talk about an individual.
Right, no, it's not just one person, and I don't want to discuss individuals, I don't want to put names out here, I just want, you're making a statement that we received the information in the committee, and I'm letting you know in this format that it was not complete.
But I did not receive any further information from you on ones that might be missing, because that might be an issue with Edmonds, because we put the reports in, we, ran the reports, there's nothing that we're hiding. We provided you with everything that we had. Again, the pending issue is different. If you're talking about somebody that, is in the works, and again, we're in conversation with DCA about, that is different, because there are some that.
You mentioned recycling as 6 positions.
Yeah, that's right.
Also some others that weren't discussed at all, but I'll leave it there, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to ask a question. Did we entertain the ordinance of changing the salaries or the cap salary of directors, the department directors? We didn't entertain that, right, when it came across?
No.
No? All right. So, Madam, I don't know if you want to answer this one. What will be the salary starting and ending from the VA office?
Councilman Velez, that wasn't part of that conversation. We haven't entertained it.
Okay, we haven't entertained it.
When we bring it forward, we can discuss it.
No, but right now, what is it right now? I just want to know what is
the salary right now?
Yeah.
Is $110,000.
No. Starting at 110?
Correct. It's a flat rate that's in the salary ordinance.
Oh, so it's starting at 110. Whoever get the position, starting 110, correct?
Correct.
That's that explanation. Any other question?
No, I haven't finished. Council President, allow me just 2 seconds of this question. No, I just want to make sure that is good. So most likely, whatever the budget represents in salary increases, are they contractual or come with a title that they got promoted?
Councilman, I don't know exactly what you're asking, but I guess there are some salaries that are listed in the salary ordinance, and yes, those are specified, and those are department directors as well as some statutory ones. And then for other ones, it's sort of a range. It's experience. It's where you start out. There's a bunch of variables that are connected to that, and a lot of them are connected to the contracts. Yes.
Well, correct. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because I see numbers of waivers, and DCA had to approve it, right? Correct?
Correct.
And DCA gave a green light to all of them, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, I have a question actually, to explain that Councilman Velez was making. We haven't approved the administration creating any departments as of now. But I see this budget here, it's supposed to be close to half of the year before with some minor increases, salaries increase and everything else. Because this is until June, December 31st, this budget. How come we have division on Parks and Shade, right? Last year's budget was $1,475,000. So $1,475,000 divided by 2 and you didn't even spend that much last year, but I'm using the budgeted number to give you the benefit. That's, a 6-month budget should have $737,000. You have 887, that's an additional $150,000. Just for 6 months. So you're adding $150,000 for the 6 months budget. Marge, do you know, or Madam BA, do you know if the intent is to have us consider during this 6-month period, the plans that you have mentioned in the past pertaining to the question that Councilman Velez brought up, pertaining maybe restructuring one of the departments and creating another department?
No, I know that that wasn't part of what we were planning because of the pandemic. We were not planning on doing that for this 6-month period. I don't know exactly what was allocated and what wasn't. I don't know if it was a contract issue, that the 12-month contract had to be front-loaded within the TY budget. Marge might be able to explain it and looking at it a little bit.
I need a definite answer. I don't need, for this.
Right, I don't.
We may, before we put this budget together, needs to know the specific reason why that line item was increased. And it's not just that, there's a few similar to this one, but I wanna know, since Councilman Velez brought up the discussion, I wanna know why, I'm looking at 15D, council members, in the budget, 15D. So, Marge, do you happen to know why that line item increased so much?
So the various divisions within DPW were established with an actual full year, because depending on when the employees are hired, there will be, these were to bring all the divisions to have a full complement of the staffing in a TL. So that's basically.
But if last year we budgeted $1,475,000, and this is a 6-month budget, I could see that 6-month budget increasing from the 737 that I mentioned. I could see it increase some, but not $150,000 for a 6-month period.
So you've got the 3 divisions within DPW that had some expansion in terms of their staffing.
I also, I would have to look into this and I could check with Lydia tomorrow and get back to the council. But part of my recollection, and I don't know if this is what was being used going forward, is that we weren't properly budgeting for a lot of our porta potties around the city and all the parks in Shade Tree. Okay. And so I don't know if some of that contract is built into this year's budget.
Interrupt you, Madam DA. I'm looking specifically in the salary line. Not any of that. I'm looking specifically in the salary line, and you could have had an answer. Your answer could have been, we're short of staff there, but you actually spent, the year before you spent $1,448,000, you budgeted $1,475,000. So in a full year, that would be a $300,000 increase that you're budgeted now, only at $150,000. The reason I'm bringing this up, there's a few items here that the same thing happened. But the reason I'm bringing this up, Marge, is because I want to let the public know, my council colleagues, that if we continue to depend more and more and more on the state, they every year impose a 2% tax levy increase. So what the administration has to do now is they have to increase the levy by 2%, and at the same time, instead of being conservative with the way they spend the money, they have to allocate the funding into certain areas. A great example is we had a discussion about the 95% collection rate, the 3-year average. If you notice, this budget actually has a 94.59%. Now, if we were not under the state oversight, we actually could have reduced that extra. That probably equates to like $1 million, Marge, because right now I'm looking at the council members. I look into the second, I think it's page 3B. Marge, do you recall the page? I think it's like 3B.
Which, what are you looking for, Council President?
It has the levy that we're using, the percentage, the 294.
3, either 3A or 3B. Sheet 3.
Sheet 3?
Yeah.
So council members, the discussion we had previously about the 3-year levy, if you're looking here, the 94.28% that they're using here, that means that we have to increase our levy by an extra 10,525,415 on a yearly basis. That's not just for this year. Let me rephrase, so you don't think we're doing this year. Last year, we probably had a similar increase. What I'm saying is, if we want to use the 95%, that number should go down. That $10 million should go down. But because we have to increase a 2% tax levy increase on a yearly basis, that, it's hard for us to make any reductions. Because if we reduce it from here, the administration will grab it and put it in another area. So you have to, I just wanted to point that out. I'm done with my discussion. I'm just, I was hopeful that you had an explanation regarding to that division budget. I think it's Parks and Shades. But Madam Clerk, if there's no other comments, at this time, we could do a roll call on this item.
Yes, Mr. President. We're calling item number 7 to adopt.
Council President, sorry, before you go to the roll call.
Councilman Velez.
Yeah, sorry. Madam, to the chair, Madam VA, where we stand at this point with the furlough situation in the city of Paterson? Are we gonna still have furlough, or we don't gotta have furlough because we're in a better position with the calendar year budget?
Yep, Council President. Councilman Velez, not much has changed since last week. We do feel as positive as we did then. I think right now we're waiting to see the sewer bills come in. I think that between that tax and the sewer, as the CFO had mentioned, with our tax revenue coming in at 87%, if our sewer revenue is equally positive, we might even be able to take this off the table quicker than we had thought. Some of the initial expectations were really thinking that we might have to wait until after the tax lien sale in October for last year's final quarter, or even when looking at the November tax revenue. But, between the various agencies who provide some oversight, whether it's DCA, as well as some of our internal folks, as well as our outside advisors, I think my goal is to have a definitive answer by next Friday. Looking at the revenues kind of up until that point, so that we can make an announcement 2 weeks ahead of when the first start date would have been for the furlough.
So Madam VA, last but not least, I know that we're talking about budget and we're talking about employees. Please come back with me with an answer regarding, and I still haven't received the answer, what happened with the communication room or dispatcher arbitration. I have found out that they haven't finalized their payment and they're still pending for the arbitration to get paid for them. Can you come back with a straight answer in the future, or call me or email me? Where was the status on that? Because I believe that they haven't been paid to them, and that's not fair to them. And this arbitration was about way before you was in the city.
Are you talking about one individual? I know that's outside counsel is working on.
No, I will not talk about one individual. I want you to look into the dispatch arbitration.
Okay.
That will cover all of them instead of one individual, because I'm not talking about only one individual. I'm talking about the whole dispatch scenario arbitration, and I believe some of them had not gotten paid.
Okay. Because I know I did look into, I thought you were referring to, there was one individual who our outside counsel is working on.
Remember that if I talk to one individual, it's a personnel issue, and I need a rights order. So I don't want to go there.
So I have, you finished, Councilman Velez? I have two.
Yeah, I do.
I have two requests. So if we go ahead and adopt this budget today, Councilman Davila, I know you have the personnel committee. We have to be mindful though, because if some items here are inflated, now we're giving the authority to the administration to spend that money. I'm just making you aware. So I'm asking the personnel committee to be mindful and try to hold meetings often. So, and I'm also gonna ask the administration to be totally transparent and work with the council to submit any of your plans to hire. It's not asking for permission, right? It's asking for common courtesy, because in order to have a working government, we need to work together. You guys often say it, but it's not only when it benefits what you guys want to do, it's when it benefits all the residents of Paterson. So I need personnel to be in constant communication with the administration, because there's a lot of line items here in the budget that have increased. And if your plan is, my recommendation is, if there's an immediate need, for example, if you want to address the recycling problem, I understand. Something's got to be done. I'm not saying that your plan is the right way to go, but something's got to be done. Now, work with the personnel, with the council members and personnel, and hopefully, you don't spend all the money that we budgeted here. That will generate some surplus, and we could provide some tax relief to the taxpayers in the upcoming budgets. So I just
Council President, I got a question for you.
yes.
Council President, I don't know who said in finance. I'm trying to figure out now because you changed a little bit. I don't know. Finance is finance.
So I'll tell you finance. You want to know who's finance?
Yes, please.
So you have myself, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Jackson, and Gilman.
Correct. So this is what I want to say, and you just stated, and I've been listening to all your statements since we're talking about the budget, and especially today, you even tell it and highlight that if we don't do this percent, then we have to increase this, increase that. So I'm following the lead of the experts in the finance committee. So you are 4 individuals that meet, you discuss the item. It's easy to gather other votes with your language. So if I vote, a lot of this stuff on committee is because the highlight the committee does and the question we made to make sure our vote is the right one. But now you throw me off a little bit when you say if this passed, just make sure that there's a lot of things have increased here, and that threw me a little bit off, because I will follow. If you convince me to get that vote, is because the committee is already convinced that it's going to be good and is going to be moving forward into whatever the administration want to see better for the city.
Council President?
Well, hold on a minute, Councilman. This is a 6-month budget that was put together, right? This is a reflection of the previous year's budget. The only thing I did was point it out a few line items in the budget that seemed a little bit higher than if they would have grabbed, the 50%, which is half of the year. And all I'm saying is to personnel, because I hear the concerns of the personnel committee in the past 2 meetings, to even be more mindful going forward. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this budget is bad. All I'm saying is that because of the restrictions we have with the state, right? Which is something that you have, dealt with in the past since you've been on the council. We have some restrictions. They make us impose a 2% levy on a yearly basis. Now they include it as part of the MOU. And our goal is to try to get rid of this transitional aid little by little. And we're heading in the right direction. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not stating that this budget is wrong. All I'm saying is that there should be some transparency, and there should be more communication between personnel and the administration. And I'm putting it on live television where residents are watching. That way, when something else comes up, I don't want to hear any of my colleagues say, well, how come we didn't discuss this in personnel? That's what I'm doing. That was the intent of the discussion, not to reflect the actual budget. Thank you.
So, Council President, that's my point. That's why I held a committee meeting, and, I made some requests. Again, we didn't get all the information that we requested. And, for the record, I said that maybe we would meet twice a month, but we definitely, with some of the findings, I look forward to this Thursday's meeting at 12:30. And I will be sending that memo, just to make sure that the same, individuals that were invited before, that we're able to meet again, this Thursday. But Council President, I just want to put on record, I hear a lot of DCA, I'm waiting for DCA. Well, DCA approved this, DCA approved that. It doesn't mean that we as a council, the administration can request many things, okay, and get their approvals. It doesn't mean that this council has to go that way. I think that, there are certain things that I've seen approved by DCA that not necessarily is a positive thing for the residents of Paterson.
I agree with you, Councilwoman. When I mentioned DCA, I was referring just and solely on the levy, tax levy.
No, not you, Council President. I made that statement because the BA made a statement, oh, well, DCA approved this, DCA approved that. And doesn't mean that we as a council, when we hear that automatically, it's like almost like a scare thing, DCA, and I just wanted to put that on record.
I agree with
Council President.
Council President.
Council President.
Hold on a minute, Madam BA, and hold on, Councilman Velez. Yeah, my statement was solely on the levy. They included it somehow. It's interesting. They now included it in the memorandum. Madam BA, you want to pass it down?
Yes, I would just like to note that, again, with all due respect, Councilwoman Davila, what you requested was what we provided, and we were not hiding anything. And when you did a further follow-up, that's what we'll be preparing for the next session. I think, we're being transparent about this, and if Council President could have, we could have used this as an example, and I could have had some further detail about what that difference is between the 2 years' budgets. It might have been vacancies that we didn't fill, that we took out of the final adopted budget last year. So it's just hard to kind of get details on the fly, but I want to make sure we're very clear that we are absolutely willing to work and to provide the details on what we're doing, and that this budget in particular is incredibly conservative. We wanted, we took out a lot of the openings just to make sure that we were being responsible. We didn't want to see any additional tax increase. We didn't want to see any additional layoffs or furloughs.
Well, so, Madam DA, so just so you know, we didn't ask you for details. We asked you for a reason. Whoever puts a budget together, hear me out. Whoever puts a budget together is basically a plan that you have to execute during the year. And for whatever reason, when you were putting together the budget and you were doing 50% of last year, because it's a half a year budget, and the administration had a need to increase any line item on that budget, you should know the reason why, not in detail. You shouldn't, you don't have to outline the amount of position, but if the intent of the administration was to, let's say, hire four additional recycling staff, or turning part-time recycling staff to full-time, because that line item also increased. That explanation could have sufficed at the moment. We were not gonna ask you the individuals or the exact salary for each person, but at least what's the reason behind the increase, just so you know.
Right.
We're not being, we're being reasonable, at least I am, when I ask the question. I'm not asking you for all the details, I'm just asking you a reason why. Anyone who puts a budget together, like this one, or any other budget, you should know, for example, if we were to ask you why the council budget increase, let's say, I'm sure the administration will have an answer for that right away. They would have said, well, because the amount of aides have increased right away, right? You will have an answer, because I had that experience before, asking the questions in finance. But the same way you have the answer for that one, you should have the answer for the other one, is what I'm saying.
Right. I think some things there, Council President, are, I could, again, I'm always prepared to, to look it up and to get back to you. But, there are some things that stand out more than others, but.
All right,
Council President.
Prolong it.
I don't want to prolong it either, but Madam BA, to the chair, Madam BA, it's understanding that we are still in fiscal monitor, right?
Correct, yes.
Correct. So it will be fair to say that when DCA approves something, it's because the fiscal monitor want to watch our finances, are we okay?
Yes, and this budget in particular was crafted along with our not only our DCA, our normal DCA monitors, but the kind of leadership and administration that oversees the local finance board as well.
Correct, and trusting the state and trusting whatever work we do, we want to make sure that the taxpayer at the end will get hurt, correct?
Correct, yep.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson?
Council President.
Yes.
So first of all, I want to, just a few things, points of clarity. Councilman Velez a moment ago said that we rely on the interpretation, if you will, of the various committees here being the finance, and take their recommendation. You know, with all due respect, that's part of the issue. I mean, since, in fact, during this current tenure, this current finance committee has challenged certain items, but have voted in the affirmative on every single item. And this is where I'm having a difficult time, because when we look at the services rendered to the tax increases that the community is enduring, I mean, there's a great deal of homeowners, even in the first ward, that call me consistently because they've seen astronomical tax increases, and yet and still the services have been the worst that I've ever seen it. You know, the streets are filthy. The garbage collection has been absolutely horrendous. The recycling has missed the mark. You have residents being called in who have to trick the council in order to have their voices heard. You know, and then we have the blatant disregard of the council's law and or authority when it puts certain provisions in place, such as residency policies, where we go outside of that. And because of the administration's blatant disregard of these items, you know, the public is enduring, you know, increases, because the subsequent employee files a lawsuit, we lose the lawsuit and or settle, so we're paying double the increases, i.e. the former zoning officer who worked for the city for 25 years, who was negated the opportunity at the position, who was passed over by someone who didn't have the credentials, and yet and still the community has endured these increases because of this poor management and poor oversight from a council's perspective. So we often say, well, you know, if DCA has approved it and or, you know, this is a bad thing to do, but I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. This benefit of the doubt has long run out, because when you look at the condition of the community, and, you know, just this evening, we get another text message with another shooting around the community. Shootings are at an all-time high. You know, we've never seen this many shootings in the community, and that we still have yet to render any supportive aid to our youth relative to recreation. You know, this is an example of why we're in the condition that we're in. We are a laughingstock because of the poor management. So I wanted to place that on record, because as we brought these concerns forward in the personnel committee, and yet still we refuse to have the answers. There was questions that were asked in personnel committee that the VA refused to answer. Corporation Counsel then takes arm against council members, me particularly, on behalf of the administration. You know, I always thought that the position of Corporation Counsel was a neutral position that should never take sides from the administration of the council. So as we move forward to approve yet another budget that, you know, from my perspective, is being completely irresponsible, because it doesn't render the supportive services that the community is entitled to. And contrary to what you just stated, Council President, where, you know, we just asked surface questions, you know, the residents have a right to know how their money is being spent. So when I ask a question, you know, it's so that the residents can know exactly how the money's being spent. And they have every right to know. Maybe we don't announce the person's name, but they have every right to know where each and every dime, each and every penny is being spent. And when we have these increases that are being put in the budget, and at the same token, telling our other residents of the community who work for the city that there's potential furloughs, cuts relative to, position cuts and letting people go, that it should be alarming to everyone here. And the fact that we're so easily willing to move this thing along like it's nothing, is just another example of the complicity of some of the members of this council.
Councilman Jackson, in part, you're not 100% correct. If the budget is actually the plan of the administration, our job as council members is to demand answers from the administration, demand a plan of execution. We have been talking, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example, Councilman. So you said you passed a comment regarding our finance committee. But it's interesting that when I started, and I raised the question, the capital plan was not being used the way it should have been used by the previous administration. And then he continued with this one. DPW did not have any equipment, and it's on the record. You guys could look at the video of that year. I asked DPW, I hear the cries from the residents about recycling, the poor, cleanliness of the city, and various things. I asked DPW the question that every council member should ask the administration. Why things are not getting done, and what do you need to get them done? So in that capital plan, I requested my first year here for DPW to submit all the equipment they needed to perform the services. That was never, or if it was submitted, it was not submitted to us by the administration. I also asked why services were not being provided. If you guys recall from the actual newspaper articles, my first year on the council, it was stated by the administration that their plan was to allow DPW to work more overtime, that was their plan, instead of hiring people. We saw that it didn't work. Services were not being provided, the quality of service that our residents deserve. This year, the second year, the same thing. All we're doing here is the administration is submitting a plan. We review that in finance. We asking them, we're bringing all the information from the residents, all their complaints. How can we make DPW better? How can we improve recycling? If you notice in the last council meeting, we could make suggestions to the administration. But once the plan is in place and we approve the funding, it is their job to execute. It is not the job of the council members to make sure that plan is executed. We cannot misinform the public. We could hold them accountable and keep asking them on a monthly basis how come things are not improving. But we cannot, those employees don't work for us. They work for the administration. We're providing the tools for them to succeed. If they don't succeed, you cannot blame an independent committee. Just like I didn't blame personnel for all the new hirings and all the increases and everything else that goes on with this administration. I cannot put that burden on the personnel committee. Even if it sounds good, even if I don't agree with some of the members that are there, I'm here to tell the people the truth, and the truth is, what this budget is the plan of the administration, just like they have submitted to me. I've been here 2 years. They have submitted a plan that would provide the services to the residents. Now, it is their job to execute. That's all I'm gonna say, Councilman.
Council President.
Council President.
Council President.
I'll give you an opportunity, hold on. You had, I believe it was Councilman, Woman Khan asked for the floor.
Right.
And then we have Councilman Velez, and then you could speak again, Councilman Jackson. And it's just, the statement was not an issue, it's just clarifying what the function, our function is of the
Council
council.
President, I also asked for the floor.
I know, but.
Yeah, mine has been up for quite some time, please.
Yeah. For a long time.
I just need to, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to find out I know we're talking about DPW and, and everything that's going on in there, and, with the capital plan that they needed equipment, no one could really give the answer of why the budget went up for half a year for $150,000. I wish somebody could have figured it out or why it went up. Maybe it's to buy equipment, maybe it's to.
The salary. Councilman.
Let me tell you something, you guys, let me tell you something. There was something that happened this past weekend, and I wanna say to the VA, that we need to get weekend inspectors. I know we're going through, a union contract now, but I believe that we should be able to hire people to work the weekends. And you can make it mandatory. You're gonna get hired to work Saturday, Sunday, or whatever day, because what happened this past weekend on a Monday, that this company blocked the whole street, and nobody's out there to make sure that this wasn't done. So if you're gonna start hiring, the most important thing we need right now is more people on DPW, especially on the weekend. Saturdays and Sundays, those are the most important days that people in this city are doing so many illegal things and nobody's paying attention. And so we need someone to be able to pay attention. So I want to put that out there to the VA, to you council members, because what happened this past Monday, it was horrible. You know, and they think that they can come in the city and do any kind of thing, but if nobody's watching it, then that's exactly what they're doing. So I need to put that out there for you. And I can say that if this budget is not to increase, and I can tell you, more constituents are starting to use the tip lines, they're starting to use the things that we need to, and I always say, you're gonna take your block back, you gotta take your block back. So, I just wanna put that out there. You know what, you're gonna put it out there, we need weekend inspectors. You wanna work, then this is where it's gonna be. This is how we need to do it to get our city rolling again. So I just need to put it out there, but, to everyone, this budget, you know, I see the increase in certain things, and then, you know, we'll have to see what happens for the next 6 months budget that they're gonna bring forward to us. Because the next one has to be coming pretty soon, and, you know, and I don't like making faces either. So it's just that we need to make sure that we do what we need to do to make sure, because there's a lot of things happening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. So we will continue in the order that I stated previously.
Correct.
Is
Correct.
Councilman Les,
Yeah.
Councilman Davila Jackson, and then Councilman Delacis.
Yeah, Councilman, Council President, I was listening to your words and yes, and you just stated something that I was trying to see how I could put it for the audience out there to understand a little bit better. Even that we cannot whip the administration and tell them what to do. They are employees, they belong to the administration, and we're not directors, and we just a legislator of this city. But you know that the administration has a plan, and that plan turns into money. That they present to us a budget, right? That's right. They present to us a budget because they already have a plan. Now, it turns into money, that plan. Now, we the council are the enforcer. In other words, we sit here to tell the administration, we put you the tools in your hands. You asked for money, we gave it to you. Now it's time to execute that plan. And let me say something, Councilman Jackson probably is say it that way, but I will say it this way. Councilman Jackson, the budget is a reflection of the plan they want to do. If they don't have the right coordinators, if they don't have the right coordination, if they don't have the right how to execute that plan, it's not our fault that's sitting on this side. It's us to tell them, listen, we went through this plan. When are we going to take action in that plan? For example, Councilman, you recall when this administration came on board, there was a transition team in every department of the city. There was a plan draft, how that plan was going to move forward the city. And they handle us a book of that plan, of that report. And some people have copycat to do political plans, but how we fulfill those plans, how we move forward, and the only way we could do is, listen, we gave you the money. We need you guys to do what you have to do in that plan. And Madam BA could agree with me. In the past 4 years, we have planned, you guys have planned in budgeting position in DPW and every other department in the city, and there was hiring freeze for everyone, but not for whatever an administration want. So now you have that plan and with money figure, so now hopefully with the same energy that you have gone to DCA to approve 20 position and promotion, you go to DCA and say, listen, the city have approved a responsible budget. Now please give me the green light to fulfill all the position that the city have to be able to attend the demands of the taxpayer of the city of Paterson. I just want to say that. Thank you, Councilman.
Council members, still a few of you still need to speak. Let's just try to, as soon as you finish, let's try to do a roll call for this item. But Councilwoman Davila.
Again, everything I say, I'm just putting on record. You made a statement, Council President, about the Personnel Committee. You were the chair of the Personnel Committee when a lot of these hires were being done. So with now I being the chair of the committee, part of the questions and coming together in committee was to see what were those, if any, increases. And we found out that there was some stuff that was already done, stuff that was already there from February, from March. So I just want to, because I just feel like the administration is not going to, you said it, they're going to do what they want to do regardless. And I think that a lot of the times the resistancy on the council, and I'm going to say as a whole, or maybe some, is that when the council feels like they're not included, they're not part of the conversation, then you want to bring the plan, then the plan for at least some of us is like, well, I'm not going to support that because we were not part of the planning process. And in committee, I can tell you that, there was some information that was very disturbing, and, I did address some of it with you, and I know that, we'll have more conversation, and, I look forward to Thursday's meeting at 12:30. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be as brief as possible. First and foremost, let me be clear. I think I don't have to really be clear. It's pretty evident. My confidence in this administration is at zero. Furthermore, even for my council colleagues, my confidence here has diminished substantially as well, because when you look at the process in which we all should understand, the method in which we are supposed to hold the administration accountable comes from the budgeting process. If you look at the track record, every single item that the administration has put forward that should be challenged has gone through without any question. To Councilwoman Cotton's account, the illegality of items that take place over the weekend, that's an ongoing thing. Everything through this entire community is a disregard of the law. It's a sense of lawlessness around this entire city where people just ride motorcycles without helmets, they run red lights. We don't have, but in the meantime, I have a young student who just got arrested for something frivolous. When you talk about taking the inspectors away from the director of community improvement, we've yet to get an answer on that. We talk about a department that's been the most productive department since this administration has taken place, and this council has yet to hold the administration accountable for that reduction in force. We have not even looked at the numbers that's being that has been accumulated and the decrease in that department or division, and check whether or not there's an increase in the division of zoning in which they were supposed to have been moved to. We've seen numerous performance reports prior to, and now you have that same individual have placed a lawsuit. So I'm very curious if that lawsuit is going to cost the city money for more poor management on the administration's part. This council has laid down for everything that they've asked for. You talk about your role as a finance chair, Council President. Past years, my previous years of serving and watching, the finance chair always held the administration accountable and made sure that things moved in a direction. It wasn't no such thing. I mean, I think we talked about it as a capital plan, but DPW has always, throughout the years, previous years, we saw the purchase of those street sweepers that was too small. I mean, they've always gotten, a small portion of concessions to make some necessary equipment purchases, but yet and still, the services are not being rendered. Our job as a council is to ensure the services are being rendered through our persuasion of having control of the budget, and we have not done so. So the failure of this administration and failing and being able to render services, it's a direct reflection on the council as well. Because as the council continues to approve in the affirmative all of these budget increases, it just further shows the incompetence. And lastly, Council President, I'm gonna tell you where, for me, I have a very, uneasy feeling about things. I specifically talked about a position, and when I talk about these increases, I often look at two things. First and foremost, very quickly, let me finish this last point. First and foremost, the residency policy. I like to make sure that people who live here are treated fairly. And then secondly, I like to talk about the minority treatment and disparity in treatment of certain positions. So I asked about the position of the mayors are now being classified as confidential aid. The previous person who held the position was entitled to a certain salary. The new person who's holding the position took a substantial decrease. Now, when I asked, what was that for? Well, I was doing additional duties. I was dealing with the DCA, but yet the new person who's holding this position is riding side by side, doing analysis of recycling, things that the previous person wasn't. But yet and still there's a disparity in treatment. And that's a direct reflection on how the Black community, the minority community is being treated under this administration, and it's falling on the shoulders of you as the finance chair, and obviously as the council as an entirety. Please explain to me, as I'm closing, please explain to me when and where there was a level of accountability. When did we hold them accountable?
Council President, can we go full back in topic, please?
Councilman Velez, you already finished. Councilman Delacis.
Talking about that is topic. We're talking about the budget.
You were on topic, Councilman.
If people's salary are being considered in the budget.
We've been running the meeting, Councilman. Disregard the statement from Councilman. Thank you. Councilman Abdulaziz. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. So I got a few questions. One, our Madam CFO. Real quick, I'm not a CFO, I'm not an accountant. My field is education. Is there a table of contents on the budget? You guys don't put, page 6, DPW, page 7, public safety, page 49, community development. Is that ever a table of contents in a budget?
It isn't. That doesn't mean we can't create one.
Just moving forward, I think that is more user-friendly when we get, 100-something pages and we're looking line item by line item. If I want to go to a department, I'm like I said, Council, I don't look at this stuff for a living. So secondly, in the future, please, Madam Sharon, something with a page that tells us where each page is located. Madam VA. So I've been very adamant. I've discussed this on the record with you. I've discussed this with the mayor. I'm giving you guys the 6 months. You stated in this budget that you guys are going to take care of recycling. Is that correct?
Yes, we are working on that, Councilman.
So, okay, that's great. So to the public, one of the biggest concerns I get with is recycling. We've been working on it, so I've been hearing that for 2 years. This is your opportunity to get it done, right?
Yes, Councilman, we've made increases to the recycling team in this budget.
Great, so you got the tools. The ball is in your court. When I look at this budget, if I support that budget, I'm thinking that you guys are gonna be capable and able to do the job. Now, I'm gonna put out a thing. If you have this 6 months to show me, I can't speak on behalf of the rest of my colleagues, but myself, And my residents, every single week, I still get text messages about recycling. You have 6 months to show the residents of the city of Paterson and the residents of the Sixth Ward that you guys are capable and able to get this job done. The resources are in this budget. Is there any other resources? I'm gonna come back to this day, Madam Gay. Is there any other resources that our recycling department needs that to get the job done that's not in this budget?
I still do believe, and it's something that we're working on with DCA, that we still will need some more staffing. We are trying to make that case right now that we want to change some of the part-time staffing to full-time staffing. It's something that we brought up in the personnel committee. It's not in this budget. Our work is to try to get that into the next year's budget. If we can't get the waiver signed shortly, then it's something that we'll have to work with the money, but that we can transfer to cover it. But it is something that we are continuing to work on.
All right, so in this budget, how many employees do you need? Forget about this budget. To run a successful recycling program that picks up your recycling on the same day, not a delay, not, every other day, not this. What do you need to run a successful recycling program?
I'll turn this over to the director because I know he's chomping to jump in, because there are some variations of the full-time and part-time as of right now and the different trucks that they have.
In a perfect world, I need to know, because I don't want you to come in January, what's a perfect world?
Oh, a perfect world. It would be a lot more than what we have or what we can even get, but director?
For DPW perfect world, we'll need 9 trucks, 27 employees, full-time.
What's in this budget?
I don't have the budget in front of me.
No. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just couldn't comprehend how, and this is what I've been telling Councilman Abdulaziz, I'm sorry I interrupted. But this is what I've been telling the administration for the past 2 years. Every department head gotta understand their budget in and out. In and out.
I don't have it in front of me, Council President.
But you should understand how many employees you have right now in recycling.
Off the top of my head, I don't have the list of it in front of me.
Hey, Council President, may I just get the floor back? Please, Council President?
No, you're right, you're still speaking, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So, Director,
Yes.
you said you need 27 employees.
In a perfect world, yeah.
Full-time employees.
Yeah.
Madam BA and the Director and CFO. If we pass this budget, how many full-time recycling employees do we have in this budget that's gonna be spent? I was trying to look at it, but I don't have that. How many full-time are in this budget? I mean, that's, I think, a fair assessment, right? You're telling me you're increasing.
That data. Give me a minute, I'm looking for the data.
Okay, so Director, I know you weren't prepared, so I'm gonna give you that, and that is the benefit that you weren't prepared for this, but I'm bringing this up almost every meeting, and just because I want to give you guys the tools. And Director, I said that to you. I said, what do you need to get the job done? So how many trucks do we currently have?
We currently have, altogether in recycling, 8. We got 6 that's running out, 2 that's under repair, and we should have the 2 brand new trucks coming in, hopefully by the end of this week.
So that's great. So we're gonna have 10 altogether, correct?
Well, you gotta remember, our Public Works also does our cans downtown, so the mindset is taking one of the older trucks, give it to the Streets and Roads crew, so they can dump it.
Well, worst case scenario, we have 10, right? So if 2 go down, we saw it, right? You could utilize. So we have 10 structures, or 10 pieces of trucks, correct?
Councilman,
Yes.
so you have made a point, but let me just reiterate that this budget actually, the last year's budget was 1,155,000. If you take half of that budget for the 6-month period, it's 577,000. Their budget is 702,000. So once again, I need to know the reason for the increase.
What page are you looking at?
I'm looking at 15E, Councilman.
We had the table of content,
So listen, Councilman.
There we go.
15E.
I got it.
So we just increased, I'll tell you how much.
25% about, correct? I'm not a math major.
So $125,000 for 6 month period. That means that budget was for a year, that's $250,000. That's the increase in the salary line.
So it's about 25%. I was close.
No, you're right. I'm just giving you actual, numbers, 250. That way you could look and see how much a full-time
Okay.
person makes and you
There we
could.
go. What do you got, Mark?
Council President, the increase in the recycling department added to the 39 original from last year, the 39 employees that were on the payroll. There are approximately eight vacancies, 4 truck drivers and 4 laborers. 3 laborer 1 and 1 laborer 2.
So what's the
And
total? Let's keep it simple, March. How much did we budget for last year with the 1,155, including the vacancies? How many did we budget for? I know they were part-time.
Personnel, I don't have last year's budget Bible here, but it's approximately 39 employees last year.
Would you say?
Adding another 8 vacancies? What?
No.
You broke up, Council President.
So we budgeted for 39. Or do we have 30?
There are, there were 8 vacancies, there are now 7. One of the truck drivers was filled.
No, I know, but the budget, the question was, how much did we budget for last year, March?
Well, last year's budget was, 1,100,000.
Positions, March. How many we budgeted for? 39? 39.
That's what I'm saying, that's what we had on the payroll as of the budget, when we pulled this data for the fiscal year 21 budget hearings.
Okay, so we budgeted, Councilman, so we budgeted for 39 positions. Right now, we increased the 6 months budget by $125,000. How many each position make more or less, March, every new staff? I know
The new staff, 31.5.
31.5. So that gives you about,
Full-timers.
that's full-time. So that gives you,
31.5 is your full-time drivers.
so that gives you 4 full-time right there, just for this. Actually, no, that gives you about 8 employees. That gives you 8. Because that's 250 if you make it a whole year. So that gives you 8 employees. So Councilman, to your point, Councilman, as council members, you have heard the concerns of your constituents, and the same exercise that you have done right now during this public setting, you often do with this administration, and all we're trying to do is make things better. We ask the administration, how come things aren't getting done? You give us a reason why. What do you need to get it done? Okay, so put it in the budget, but make sure you do it. Now, this is the second, we're going into the 3rd year, and what Councilman basically stated is, you have 6 months to prove that this is actually going to improve, recycling and other areas. And don't forget, council members, after we approve this budget, we're going to start doing budget hearings soon, because we got another budget for January, just so you know.
Council President.
Councilman, I thought I haven't finished yet. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. So to the BA, so to the residents and primarily to the 6th Ward residents that watch and always call about recycling. Once again, the ball's in the administration's court. And what I'm saying is, to do the right thing and just have an analysis in front of us, right? You always have to have a plan B. You always have to have a plan B. And that's why I'm asking, you had your 6 months. If I support this budget, it's supporting you guys to fix DPW, recycling, invest in recycling. A lot of my concerns is recycling. So, but we also have a plan B, right? I can't continue just supporting a program that's not working, right? That's not fair to the residents. That's not fair to my constituents, right? They do the right thing. They recycle. They follow the schedule that you guys gave them. They do what they have to do, and then we don't follow on our end. So, Madam VA, I'm still gonna ask for that RFP. I don't know what's happening. It's a simple thing. We're not making a decision on it. That's just going out there and having it and giving us an analysis. I would like to see that by our next budget. And I'm telling you, I've harped on it for the last three weeks, or 3 meetings. I will continue doing that, remind you, Madam DA, that I'm looking for that. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Councilman Velez, could we make it really
No,
short?
it's quick, yeah, short. Yeah, it's short, it's quick. The director's still here, right? Director, Miller Rodriguez?
Yeah, before he comes up, councilman,
Yeah.
you can still make it? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
he's here.
2 minutes while you vote, but go ahead.
No, it's easier, because, you open a conversation, so the director is here. Director, yeah, no. I'm gonna do a quick question, if you don't interrupt me. Director, I've been listening to the complaints of recycling and all that. Can you tell me who sit on the table to do all these changes?
What changes are we talking about?
The recycling every week, every day, and this and that. Who made that plan? Who sit down and do that?
Well, the original idea was spearheaded by Councilman Aziz. We looked at it. A lot of municipalities are doing single stream. It's an easier way to do recycling. We get more out of it doing single stream. We get to add all our trucks to one component of recycling every week. And as far as the last 2 weeks out of it, we've been doing okay. It hasn't been as it has been in the past. We haven't been more than a day late on it. We've had a lot of contaminated recycling that we haven't picked up. We have a lot of people putting out the wrong stuff on the wrong days. It's a growth spurt. This just started July 20th. We're less than 2 months in, and residents are starting to get it. If you go out to tomorrow's area and you'll see that you'll see bottles out there. So what we have to do, give those complaints. A lot of those complaints that we get through C-Click Fix, through the mayor's office, through my office, is that my bottles weren't picked up. So we have to send inspectors out there. Well, this ain't your week. We will give them this ain't your week. We'll put it out there. Those are a lot of the complaints that we're seeing now that the residents are just putting them out there wrong.
So I would encourage the residents. I received today in my mail the schedule of the recycling. I encourage the residents to look at that schedule, put it at your place that you could see it every day, and let's try to cooperate with the recycling. Every changes takes time to fit in. I admit it that you have improved it. It started in the left foot, now it's going to the right foot. It's good. So thank you for that information. Thank you, Director.
We got a handle on it now.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could we go to roll call now, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 7 and item number 7, resolution authorizing adoption of the transitional year 2020 municipal budget. There is a motion on the floor by Councilman Mims and a second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 7 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
You heard what I had to say to administration. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Carney.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
God dang. Pass for a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Dowell.
My vote is no.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, listen, when you have a supposed star player and you're the coach of, let's just say, the New York Knicks, and you continue to let the star player have full carte blanche, taking, last minute shots, and and that player continues to miss those last minute shots, you don't just keep putting the ball in his hand and take those shots, continue to take those shots that he's been missing, especially, when it's at the cost and expense of all the fans that's coming to watch, see him play, and paying a healthy a ticket to see him play. You then step up as a coach, you come up with a strategy that's going to be beneficial to the overall team, the overall program, the overall franchise. we've sat here, and even myself, I have given concessions, and even in times when I did not believe in certain items, I said, look, I'm gonna give my trust and faith over to certain members of this administration, only to be disappointed yet again. And if anybody can point out to me when this council as a body, and particularly certain members, have ventured to actually hold the administration accountable, this failure doesn't just fall on the shoulders of the administration. The failure in rendering services falls on the shoulders of all involved, and that's including this council body as well. I will not. I've lost confidence and faith that the right thing is getting done. The city is being overran by all kinds of vagrants and trash and everything that you can imagine. No weekend inspectors. To me, I don't see any intent on actually making the place better. We hear the community's complaints, we pacify them, we allow them their 3 minutes to speak, and we cut them off and disregard everything that they've been saying. And I cannot do that. I will not support something like this that isn't responsible to the community, and the community is not getting the services they render. But I'll sit back and watch those on this council do. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Meeks?
And so today in finance, we had a very healthy discussion in regards to the hazard pay, how it was allocated, and so many other things over the last weeks. When you look at this budget, there are items in the budget that we definitely need. We need trucks, we need more recycling employees, we need the improvements that are in the budget. But the concern is, and I've been talking about it for the last over 2 years, needs-based assessment. What is an overall plan for the entire city of what the actual needs are versus this is good, and we develop these plans, and then once we develop the plan, we find ourselves at a deficit because we really do not have a needs-based assessment. I've also asked for performance reviews to be in place. So when it comes to those items, when it comes to vendors and contracts and different things like that, that we're able to identify whether we're getting quality service or quality work. We still don't have that. I've asked for project managers, which I think are very vital. We still have, and I'm gonna keep saying this, marked in front of the meat market on East 16th. It's been like that for years. All we keep doing is putting more plates down and cones. You could barely get through the street over there. Then on East 28th Street between 9th and 10th Ave, I'm not sure if it's the lighthouse pole, I'm not sure what it is, but it is in the middle of the street. It's a big silver pole that is in the middle of the street that is sticking up out of the road. I'm not sure what it's there for. I'm not sure why it's there, but we definitely need to have someone to look at it. Fair Street is a platelet that's been in that road. We were at a first responders luncheon. As I was walking, there's a big hole on that street as well. I think that's Church Street. There's a sinkhole that we need to take a look at. And I mean, the list could go on and on. I've asked, it's going on over 2 years, for things to be done. East 26th and 7th Ave, DPW request, what has not been done. Traffic studies are done, not done. East 27th and Broadway is traffic light. There's many accidents there. I've been asking, traffic study was done. I know it's gonna require more money, but until the money comes in, still not done yet. East 18th and 7th Ave, many accidents there. Someone was fatally killed on a motorcycle there. And I know we have to work with the county, still not done. While this budget does have some things in the budget, we still have some work to do. We still need to make sure that we identify programs and put them in place for our youth. We have to make sure The DPW department was cut in half some years ago. They have never recovered from that when their staff was reduced. And so many other places, right? Hazardous pay, we're not giving it to all, only some employees. The $8.5 million COVID money, the way that was allocated, I made a request last year to say that maybe it would be an advantage for us as a council that it comes before us so that we can look at what's being approved. And now we get these allocations of that $8.5 million. And it's sad to say, we don't even know how long that will last. So if there's an uprise in COVID, I'm not sure if we will have extra money or we will get additional money. So we have to really be able to put our best foot forward. And when it comes to these type of things, we have to work and do our due diligence in these items and work more on the betterment of the community. Broadway, Councilwoman Cotton alluded to it. There were 2 individuals chopping down a tree that was on private property, but they were chopping the tree down with the handheld whatever machete, and they had the trees all to the middle of the yellow dividing line with their own cones. And what is embarrassing to me, I guess they started earlier, they had the bus stop blocked, traffic was backed up, and we don't have weekend inspectors, as Councilwoman Cotton said. I had to personally pull over and get out of my car, speak to those gentlemen, and I sat there until they cleaned it up. If I would have done that, I'm sure that would still not be clean to this day. We have to make sure we do our due diligence early. Because this budget does not support a lot of those things, I can't support it on tonight. My vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
Well, it's my turn, huh? Well, you know, I'm gonna vote what is in front of us. And this is what is in front of us. And we cannot play 2 sides of the road. You know, I recall the conversation about let's do the switch from fiscal year to calendar year. We're gonna be better. We're not gonna increase taxes for 8, 6, whatever they said. I know that we're not gonna increase taxes. We spoke about budget. We sit down in budget hearings, and one that I attended, you know, we was demanding that we need employees in DPW, we need capital plan for equipment, we need all this. Now, in front of us is something that if we don't approve it, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot get those roads fixed, we cannot get those tree cuts, we cannot pave the streets, we cannot pay our police, we cannot pay our fire department, we cannot pay our responsible insurance, we cannot pay nothing. We have to shut down the city in the middle of COVID pandemic because we didn't like what we see in the budget, or we don't see a plan in action. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to do the responsible thing. We understand that the administration had to catch up. They got 2 more years to catch up. If not, we could say bye-bye to them. But we have right now a budget, as a responsible legislator I am, to be able to get things done. Up to December, there's a budget that we need to approve. Now, if we want all this, get it done, we need to approve the budget. We need the money for the good work. We need the money for be able to pay those recycling employees. We need the money to pay our police department. We need the money to pay our fire department. You know, one thing, I can't mix one thing with the other. Today we praise the administration and the changes that we do into fiscal year to calendar year is the best thing of the city. Now we're voting down a budget that according to the administration is a responsible budget, that is not gonna have a tax increase, that is gonna move the city forward for until December, and now we're gonna vote it down? You can't, I still don't understand. You know, for me, I don't have the goggle in the president's office, but I got mine. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Khan, you're next. Mr. President and Honorable Council Members, we need 5 affirmative votes to adopt this budget.
We're aware, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it my turn?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. You know, Councilman Velez, I really like what you were just saying just now, because you know what, let me tell you something. They've been saying it for quite some time about going from fiscal to calendar. We sat here, went through all type of presentation about how much money that we could get, how much money we could receive by doing this. There's a lot of things that we still got to get done. Hopefully that we can, this budget is to December 31st of 2020. The mayor has heard everybody tonight, because I know he's watching, and he heard all the concerns. And so he understands that, you know, he has to get it together, but to sit here and go through that process from fiscal year to calendar year, to help us to push forward what we need to get done. And let me say, all this didn't just started a year ago, it didn't started 2 years ago, it started 4 years ago, it started 5 years ago. So it's a process that's been, I guess, you know, I think everybody understands now what they need to do. I mean, all the directors that we need to, what they need to do for their department. And people, you know, the workers here in this city is overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed with the people that call. Some of the people are not nice to the workers. They go through a lot. They go through a lot. But this is a 6-month budget. It's challenging. I hope that we can get some results in October, November, December, that we can see some changes that come, that we will be able to see some changes. Because sometimes I'm saying, you can't sometimes get everything that you want. And so we know what we need. We know what departments that really needs the work that needs to get done. We already know what department needs the work that needs to get done. And all of us council members up here know that. So, and to sit through the process of going from calendar to fiscal, fiscal to calendar, this is only a 6-month budget. We got 3 months left in this budget. So with that being said, we gotta move the city forward. We're looking at all the extra income that we could be getting coming through here, not being able to get that extra income. You know, sometimes the day is gonna come when things are not gonna work out right, and those are gonna be able to see, well, you know, it is what it is. But if we're gonna try to get this thing moving forward and to do what we need to do. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, and I'm hoping that, I know everybody's watching, TV land, our constituents out there, we hear your cry. God knows we hear your cry. And we know that we have to do what we need to do to get this city moving forward. And we hear your cry because we feel the same way sometimes like you do. So, and that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes for this budget until December 31st, 2020. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
So to the viewers at home, it is easy to complain and point out the problems. Anyone could do that. We have many problems here. But I've always been here to try to provide some solutions. When I started, I remember questioning our DPW department regarding the sweep, how come our streets were not being swept? At that time, they only had 2 sweepers. As the administration, well, you know, it was a new administration at the time. Make a long story short, the usual. Well, there was no money. I said, okay, let's use the capital plan. It's on YouTube, just pull it up. We provided, as this council, as a team, we provided them with the tools. And you know what? I don't think the street sweepers is no longer a problem. Our streets at least are being swept, more regularly than before. There were some streets that would go unswept for months because we only had 2 sweepers when we actually needed 6. So that was taken care of. We often ask questions before as a council member, how come our parks don't look the same as the other parks? Guess what? We put it in the capital plan and look at the parks we have today. As a council, we did this. So yes, we could do certain things, but again, it's a plan. It's a plan that we needed to execute. We got the police cameras, body cameras for the officers. I'm sure they're gonna, get them on also and make them work. But listen, it's very easy to complain. And many people ask for a seat at the table. But then when you give them a chair, they don't want to sit on it. So I don't normally do this, but I noticed that today it was President's Day, I guess. Councilman Jackson, it is interesting. I put you in the Finance Committee, and you haven't attended one meeting. And Councilman, I let you speak. I didn't interrupt you, please. I want the same courtesy. You haven't attended one meeting. One meeting you have not attended. For those that play sports, and I know Councilman Jackson, you play sport, and coaches draw a plan, and they have to execute. The players have to execute. If they don't execute, they will not succeed most of the time. Just like we say at the school district, you got to give the teachers and the students the tools. Of the council, we give the tools to the administration to perform their responsibility, which is to administer the resources of the city and execute their plan. I could honestly say that the last 2 years I've been on the council, the budgets that I have approved are budgets that have the resources for this administration to execute that plan. That's the budget that they have asked for. And those budgets should have minimal increases. They had minimal increases compared to, other years. Now, I don't mind being criticized and taking responsibility for things that I could control, but to put the blame on just a handful of people without actually speaking the truth, now that I find offensive. Once again, I was bashed for being the finance chair, which in those meetings, we drill the administration for those that attend. We asked them the questions, and Councilwoman Davila, you were in that committee for many years, for the last 2 years, not including this year. And we drill them, we ask the questions, we hold them accountable, we bring the concerns of the people. And the next question that follows is the statement that Councilman Abdelaziz stated. How could we make it better? That's what we ask. And we also give recommendations on how to make it better. We provide those resources to them. Now, it is their job to execute. I don't have the authority to fire. I want one of my council members to tell me that if our function is to hire these employees or to fire these employees, to hold employees accountable. Yes, we could by questioning them. But our main function is to hold the administration accountable for their function. And you notice in this budget hearing, and the reason I'm bringing this up is not to continue to kick the dead horse, is to actually, I don't want to see this happening in the next budget hearings. That's why we have budget hearings. And that's why I request that the budget hearings, that the budgets come from the department heads. They need to understand their budgets in and out. In and out. They could go to sleep at night. You could wake them up in the middle of the night, and halfway sleep, you ask them a question about their budget. They should know their budget. They should know how many staff they have. Now, Madam DA, I recommend, once again, I've been recommending this for years. An administrator needs to understand their budget in and out. They have to be part of that budget process when the budget is being put together. Not the assistant, but the budget administrator. That way, you're the one here every night dealing with the council. The assistant is not here. If we have a question and we're voting on something, we cannot wait until tomorrow or a week after to take action on some of these matters. So at this point, because I'm a responsible person, like Councilman Velez stated, this budget has the tools for this administration to succeed and improve the services of the city, at this time, my vote is yes. And let me just reiterate, with minimal to no increase on the taxpayers. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 against. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the adoption of the transition year 2020 municipal budget is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, before we go to number 8,
Yes.
can we vote on the consent agenda?
Yes. Mr. President, before I get to the consent, may I just make an announcement for number 8, 9, and 10? Because no one has called in up to date. So just let me repeat that number before I get to the consent. For items number 8, 9, and 10 requires public hearing. Anyone wishes to speak on any of those items may call
Madam,
973-321-1579 and enter code 8326. Okay, so I'll go to the consent.
Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, I know it will prolong the meeting, but in the benefit of the residents that might not have the agenda before them, we need to quickly read the titles and then we'll go to the consent and come back.
Yes.
All those two items.
Yeah, the items for item 3. Item 8 reads, resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 190-194 Governor Street. And item number 9 is resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 41 Godwin Avenue. And number 10 reads, resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 53 North 5th Street. So those are the 3 items that require public hearing, and that's coming up shortly. Number to dial is 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326 and press star 3 to be added to the list, star 2 to leave a recorded comment, and star number 1 to listen to the meeting. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm saying the items.
We'll go to the consent agenda now.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 12 through 52. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, it was.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on items number 12 through 52 on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Hardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Seeing a few items that are relevant to some expenditures, just want to lend a point of clarity to the public. I'm not trying to answer the councilman, but he's absolutely correct. There are certain committees that I have retracted myself from because in watching the process and the selection process of this last committee selections, there was a skewed process, 1. 2, I don't find it necessary for me to continue to play the political game of attending, certain committee meetings only to see certain members vote certain ways anyway. I mean, we make comments like, well, this is not good, but I'm gonna support it. And that's a comment directly to the chair of finance. How can we say something's not good for the community, but we're gonna support it anyway? I refuse to be a part of anything that's not going to be completely on level, completely in the best interest of the community, and therefore I'm not taking part in a game that's gonna happen here, because everyone has to acknowledge that there's a political game taking place, and we're making decisions that's not in the best interest of the community. So I take all my votes seriously, and I take all of my activities seriously as well. I'm not going to take part in something that's not going to do the same. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on this annual consent agenda.
Thank you. Councilwoman May?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
And then Mr. President?
Real quick, Madam Clerk, every vote I ever take is justified. I make my point every time I vote on something. I just recommend that in the future, if any of my council colleagues wants to, and I don't want to turn this into a show, so this will probably be my last comment. If anyone is ever going to accuse me of something, just point it out. Just give a detail of something. And again, we all have to respect one another. I could question many of the votes that have been taking place in the council, but you know what? We each got elected separately. You can put the trust in me to make my own decisions. And I kind of ask you for your respect, but you know what? We should all have common courtesy for one another and stop questioning one another. And, you know, some people are good with words, but I got to question some people's judgment. At this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor. Eight in favor, that the record reflect that the third ward is vacant, therefore items 12 through 52, the consent agenda hereby adopted.
Councilwoman Mintz, I'm about to step just for a minute. Could you continue with number 8, I guess 9 and 10, if you don't mind?
Sure. Madam Clerk, number 8, please.
Next item on the agenda is item number 8, which requires a public hearing. Resolution authorizing the release of speed restrictions imposed by the city against 190-194 Governor Street, Block 3501, Lot 4, Economic Development Resolution 2450. There a motion?
I move it, but I need to ask a question. I move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second.
This came from economic development, right? I mean, economic. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Got it.
Is there a second? I'll second it, Madam Clerk. Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out, well, what I'm trying to understand is that, the amount of the deed is 198,000, finance director. Is he still there? Marge Jerome? Oh, they.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I stepped away, I didn't hear your question.
Oh, okay, for this, well, so we're releasing the deed restriction on item number 8. And I see inside the body of it, it says for 198,000. Can you explain that?
Yes, second, please. Okay, this is number 8.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my connection to the internet, so I can't look at the actual body of the resolution.
I was trying to figure out, okay, you know what it says, Marge? It's an auction holding LLC, and I'm not sure, they're the owner of the deed, or why are tell me why we're releasing the deed restriction on this property. Do you have any idea why?
No, but if we go offline, if you want to send it to my personal email, this way I can take a look at it. I don't know, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Because I can't stay on the, our city connection. I keep getting kicked out.
Okay, can I have Joan to email it over to you? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. John, can you email it to us? Number 8, and find it with the attachment. 8.
Can I give you my email address?
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
msccpa1988@AOL.
Can you repeat MSPCP?
A 1988@AOL.
Okay. You got it? Email her number 8, the entire item. Yes, it is.
What's going on there?
Madam, Council President, you wanna go to the next one? Cause I have no idea what this is. I mean, I don't know.
We have to retract the motion in the second. I mean,
Yes.
are there any other questions while we're waiting?
No, I'll retract my move, and you'll retract your second, so we can find out what's going on with number 8.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna rescind the motion in the second on item number 8. Can we go to item number 9, please?
Just been, just the motion in the second in item number 8. Next item is item number.
They don't think the potholes in,
I know, right?
But you want everybody to come out and agree.
Can you mute, please? Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next item is item number 9, and item number 9 requires a public hearing. Item number 9 reads, resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 41 Godwin Avenue, block 3604, lot 45, economic development, resolution 2451. There a motion? The number 9?
So moved.
That Councilman.
Councilman Chowdhury, second.
Do we have a second?
The number 9.
I'll second it, Council President.
Moved by Councilman Chowdhury, second by Councilwoman.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Hello, I need somebody, I'm trying to understand, I know most time I can read it and see what the deed restriction is for, so now, is this one is for 35,000, and then as soon as he sells the property, the city gets back 35,000?
No.
Madam CFO, Corporation Counsel, anyone has an answer for?
Is Michael Powell, and is he out there?
Council President, so you know, we're having
Gonna
issues
jump in.
with the documents. So Marge and I are having the same issue. DocuWare is not working for either of us.
Okay. So is Michael Powell here?
I think Director Powell is going to jump on. I know I called him, because these resolutions are coming out of the Economic Development Department.
He's here, he'll jump in.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to find the exact backup for it, but basically in a nutshell, these are deed restrictions that were placed on properties that never were developed and ultimately have been developed. And so what I'm trying to do is to find the backup on it, but the system seems to be down, but this is pretty routine stuff in the sense that a deed restriction was placed on it as a way to do a particular project. It never happened. It went to a lien sale. The liens were bought by another party, and now they've ultimately been purchased. And the project ultimately has been done.
Director Powell.
Yeah, but that's not.
We need, if you get into this agenda, we actually want the history of what actually happened. That's what Councilwoman Khan is asking.
Right.
Council President, it's actually attached to the document, but that's what they're saying to you, they can't get into it. But if you look on the agenda, if you look into the resolution, all of that information is attached going back from 2005, from the original deed, as we discussed in the committee. But I think that's the concern that Adam Sharon and Director Powell is having. They can't pull those documents up.
Well, understood, but one of our council colleagues have a question, wants detail. So if you want to answer, so they're having problems, if you want to answer as the chair of economic development, feel free, because she needs an answer.
Right, so on this, on number 9, I'll do my due diligence. So on number 9, this was a property that was previously owned. There were, concerns, or was almost at a place where it was, dilapidated. This was taken off of the, it was done by, it was called Paterson Qualified Opportunity Zone, LLC. And what they had to do is to go in to bring it off of, to take it off the tax, they had to rehabilitate it. So in order to get it off of the restriction, they had to rehabilitate it, have the inspectors go out to show that the work was done, and then it has to be brought back before the council to be removed off of this list. So each of these items are similar to that. In the documents that you have before you, you will see the original deed. You will also see the restrictions that were outlined, and then you'll see the new action that was taken and the amount of money that was paid to them to ensure that these properties were good. And that's outlined according to the New Jersey statutes, which are inside of each of the documents. Each one of them, depending on the block and lot size, the amount may vary. So on this one, which we're on 9, I don't want to go through the others, but this one is $35,000, which is on page, well, the last page. It is the consideration, or it's the seller's percentage of ownership is 100%, but the consideration based on the deed restriction back from April 15, 2005 was $35,000. It's a part of the rehabilitation.
My question is only, is he gonna pay the $35,000 back to the city? That's the only question I had.
They're not, we're releasing it.
We're releasing it.
So, right, he paid $35,000, I'm assuming that's, which I don't think he paid that back in 2005, but,
Yes, he paid it. It's attached on the back sheet.
right, so now he's selling it to this quality, Paterson Qualified Opportunity Zone. I know he's selling it for more than 35. How much he's selling it for but it doesn't have that in there.
Well, it's not for a purchase of sale. What
Okay.
the deed restriction to remove any restriction from the property itself. So it's not like they're selling it to get a return. When you do title searches, sometimes when you do a title search, there are restrictions or liens on the property. And on these particular items, they have these restrictions. So we as a city, we're looking to say these properties have been rehabilitated, they're in good standing, and we need to make sure that we can remove the restriction so that they can be properties that can be developed or redeveloped.
So I want to ask Director Powell, you have 3 items here, removing deed restrictions.
Right.
Could you give us just an overview of how that deed restriction basically got to this property? Why is it being removed? Just summarize it.
Yeah, I think based on it, Phil, the idea was that the city put a deed restriction on it as a way to put CDBG other funding that was associated with a future development that was going to go for the property, and that never happened. So it was a way to deed restrict it, and ultimately, because that didn't happen.
Right there, just for a minute. So basically, we allocated HUD funding to the owner of this property, to do a project. Right? All right, let's do one thing at a time. That way we can follow along. Now continue from there. So we put a deed because he was supposed to build something with the HUD funding that we awarded to the owner. Continue. Did he ever build the property?
No.
Okay, let's continue now.
And so consequently, this is about getting clear title.
So the same person owns the property that we gave the money to.
So the money doesn't get allocated. Ultimately, the deed restriction's still on it. It goes into a tax sale. And the idea now is it was purchased by another party that has now developed the site, but the restrictions are still on.
Forget the deed restriction for a minute. The reason the deed restriction was put on is because they were supposed to develop with the money that we allocated from CDBG, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, they never developed.
Correct.
So we put a deed restriction. Did we ever try to collect that money from them?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, we should pull this then. That's why I didn't want you to continue. I wanted to go step by step.
Mr. President,
Hold on a minute, President. So all I'm saying is, you gotta tell the story, right? And just keep it simple. How the deed got, council members, in the future, any deed restrictions that we're removing, the administration, if it gets to this agenda, is because it's recommended by the administration, it goes through committees, and the administration gotta tell us why this is good for the city, why we gotta do this. But in the meantime, we allocated funding. We need the whole story. We allocated funding, but we did not collect, they didn't build with the money that we gave them. They didn't do the project that they were supposed to build. That's why it has a deed restriction.
Council President.
No.
Yeah, Council President, just to bring a highlight.
Councilwoman Khan still has the floor.
Okay.
No, my understanding was, we have done a couple of deed restrictions on 12th Avenue, and I know that they had gotten money to build properties, HUD money to build properties, say affordable housing, it never got built. So when they sold their property to whoever they sold it to, whatever money they got from HUD, or from the city, for CBG money, they didn't return it back to the city. And that was my question here only. The money that they received, once they sell it, is it gonna be returned? That's all I need to understand that part of it, that's all.
My understanding is that no money was allocated, there were deed restrictions.
That's what I'm saying.
Way to do a project, the project never happened, the deed restrictions were in, the land was sold.
Okay.
And now they've been developed, and so the idea is to clear title, to remove the deed restriction.
Are you 100% sure, Director? Will you say it? Because
This is what I've been told from the legal department based on our assigned attorney, who is one that put forth these deed restriction releases.
Okay.
Right, so clarify that.
Hold on, council members, please. Director, in finance, and let me repeat that again. In finance, we have asked questions in the past about asking the corporation counsel, and Councilwoman Davila, you were there, where I will ask the question, tell me why we're doing this. You don't do it, you don't give it to us because the council could do it. You tell me why it's good, why you're recommending it. Not because the law says that the council could remove it. We need to know why we have to do this. And the response from the then corporation council was, oh, it wasn't even corporation council, it was the staff of theirs representing corporation council. The response was, well, we give it out of we leave it up to the discretion of the council. This is not our money. This is the residents' money. So when something is presented to us in this agenda, it's because it has been thoroughly reviewed by the administration. And the only reason it makes it to committee is because the administration feels that this is needed, that this has to be done, and it has to have a purpose. So that's why I ask these questions. Council members, if you have other questions, I know you're asking for the floor. Could you remind me who needed the floor?
I didn't, I not only needed the floor, I need the seating and everything.
All right, so Councilwoman Mims and then Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
So, just to Director Powell, so just for clarity, and I think, we have to be careful, and, some council members may have to recuse themselves on this, but these items are connected to properties that were in the tax roll, that are connected to JCM investors. So, I'm not sure if you're able to get these items, Director Powell, but I think you probably need to pull them up because, you gotta go. That's what these items are. They're items that were on our tax roll previously that have restrictions the restrictions are now being lifted based on the, money that was paid through our tax assignment, our tax sale assignment. So did you get these items yet before you?
No, I can't pull it up, the system's not working right now.
Passaic County, you can't pull it up, but on the Passaic County document summary sheet, when you look at the information, it is the property located on East 18th, which was JCM Investors that was there main, headquarters, which is now.
Councilwoman Mims, what item are you discussing? Because I see here, we're discussing 9, right? 41 Godwin Avenue?
Yes.
All three of them are all intertwined, 8, 9, and 10.
I know, but you just mentioned
Number 9.
18, and I'm sorry, I requested through the VA for who the owners were. She gave me 3 different owners.
Right, there's 3 different owners.
So I'm just sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where,
So if you go on to page number, and number 8, Councilwoman Davila, on
we're discussing 8 though, discussing 9, right?
Right, but each 8, 9, and 10 have connection. That's why I'm asking, I know that we're on 9, but I'm asking the director, does he have the information before him? Because this is through his department, so I want him to be able to speak to these items, but I don't know if he has the items before him. Because it's hard for him to tell you what they are if they are having problems logging in. So
Councilwoman Mims, maybe you can ask the VA. I did request, I actually called her before when we started these 3 items, and I asked her, she actually gave me the individuals, well, or the realtors who are.
Yeah, we have the names, holding the LLC companies, which, and their names are attached to each individually. But the connection through the tax sale is through that entity. So that's why I'm saying to Director Powell, I'm not sure if he has it. These have been pushed back. They were tabled because we didn't have time in the meeting when we left at 3:40 in the morning. And so now we're at this juncture. So if he doesn't have this information because he can't log in or Marge can't log into the system, then perhaps we probably need to make a decision. I'm not sure what Council President is, but if he can't look at the items and it's from his department, we may need to move them to the next meeting. Director, are you able to open the items?
I can't open the items, so I have the titles themselves and the understanding through legal that this is a clear title issue and that it's been already kind of dealt with, that this deed restriction was placed upon these properties that have since been bought and ultimately developed, and that this is a way to like basically release the deed restriction itself, which is like a perfunctory element of council.
Okay, so let me ask Corporation Counsel, Madam Irving, can you bring clarity to that, because he's not, and I see you nodding your head. Can you bring clarity to these, we're on item 9, and it's probably gonna be clarity for the others as well. Can you provide that clarity? I'm not sure if you're able to log on, but can you provide clarity to item number 9, Madam Irving?
I am trying to get the document out. I think I'm looking at it now. So the only one I have is the one for 41 Godwin. So if that is number 9, and I can't tell based on my agenda right now.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So, Councilwoman, I don't know how we're gonna proceed, because the thing is, like, some of us have different curiosities. Some of us like to see the whole history of what took place, how we got there, why we got there, the deed restriction. Because the conversation I had, and I know you're looking into this, Corporation Counsel. Let me just take a quick minute. I had a conversation one time with Director Powell, because I asked him to actually look into the legality of removing some deed restrictions for those properties that we actually awarded funding for some of the developers, let's say 20 years ago, and they have restrictions there that are preventing upcoming development, you know. So I asked Director Powell to ask HUD or to look at the legality of us removing, not a specific one, I was just talking about in general with him. And he said he would look into that, and maybe this is part of the reason some of these are coming up. But all I ask is that I know the full history of each property. For example, I want to know if the person that had, you know, this property sold it to an investor, but never addressed the restriction that was on the property. Just a lot of questions. That's it. That's our job here, to ask questions.
Council President, if I may.
Corporation Counsel, yes.
So item number 9 is 41 Godwin Avenue. If you look at the face of the resolution, it says that the property was, there was a public auction in 2005, and the property was sold to one buyer, and then there was a restriction placed on the deed saying that the property had to be redeveloped in a certain way. And then in 2000, the deed was recorded on May 3rd, 2005. The conveyance was subject, obviously, to the conditions, restrictions. The property was then conveyed to another party in 2008. The party who it was conveyed to now wants to sell it, and in order for them to be able to sell the property, obviously the restriction has to be lifted. It looks like all the restrictions that were placed on the deed back in 2008 have indeed been filled. And since the restrictions are now filled, the property is able to be sold with clear title.
Correct, Council President.
That makes sense. No one's gonna buy a property that have limitations that basically are being told what to do with the property.
Correct, Council President.
Hold on a minute. They wanna have the freedom to actually plan and do what, what you can do under the law. Councilman Velez.
Yeah, and that, I was trying to interject for longest regarding the deed process. The deed process putting restriction what you do in that property or not. In this case, I read number 9 from up to down. If you look at the first, second, third, and fourth of the of that deed restriction, this property met the requirement to remove the restriction based on everything done since 2005. If I read it and I look what is going to be happening now, he have complied to remove that restriction. So it's good. Some restrictions are bad, some restrictions are good. In this case, removing this restriction out of the way, it will make it easy whoever want to develop in that property and moving forward because he have complied with everything that the restriction has said. And it could be with other property. It don't have to be monetary. Sometimes the restriction, they put a monetary because there's a value on it. But if they break that deed restriction, then they have to pay back the city. That's what I was going to say.
Can we do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, there's a motion on this floor, and this requires a public hearing. May we open the public hearing first?
Sure.
Okay, the public hearing is now open for item number 9. My understanding there's no one that's calling for the public hearing. May I have a motion to close the public hearing for item number 9?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing, item number 9, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yeah.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Councilman Green?
Everybody's gone?
Councilwoman Khan?
You know, I hear what Councilman Velez said, but I'm saying, you know what I mean, like, why would you put a figure amount in there for deed restriction? And I mean, reading this here, I can't tell if he met all the requirements or not on this. He sold it to whoever Paterson qualified opportunity.
We're going to close the public hearing now.
Oh, that's what we're voting on, Godly. Okay. He has to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? We're closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
46 in favor, 2 absent, the record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing item number 9 is now closed. Okay. Continue with the voting.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to approve item number 9. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Jahardi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
I'm trying to read this thing, this deed restriction. It's not as clear as the ones I have seen before off of, I had quite a few of them on 12th Avenue. I had quite a few of them on Godwin Avenue. This is really not clear at all. I'm not quite sure what they're trying to say, I mean, no one's giving me a correct answer. I know that, why would we have 35,000 recorded in here? For what reason?
In that time.
So where did he get the 35,000 from the city, or he had to hold on to it for 20 years? No, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Did he have to hold on to this property for 20 years? Once he did that, then he's not obligated to pay the money back.
Councilwoman, we're in the middle of.
Yes, please.
I understand, but we should have.
I've been trying to get it all along, and Councilman Velez said that he sees it. What I'm trying to understand, and it seems like it's not that difficult, has he kept the property long enough to be forgotten of not having to pay no money back to the city of Paterson? That's what you're saying.
So, Councilwoman, Council President, if I may, the $35,000 is what the city conveyed the property for. So the city was paid $35,000 for the property to be conveyed.
Oh, that's what he paid for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So now he don't have to give us no money back?
No, with number 9, they've already paid for the property.
Oh, they already did. Okay. That's all I needed to try to understand. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Dabbler?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
What's imperative and what's imperative is a message to the community relative to putting people in place who should have a clear understanding of what is being required. This is an example where the director, to the point of Council President earlier, the director comes forward and there's minimal understanding and or details on the item. Now, just for a point of clarity, there was which I'm not completely familiar with because it's not all the information is not provided, but there was a concession given for $35,000 for the property, and for that concession, whoever's in place previously said, we will give this concession, but we're gonna put a deed restriction on here. So obviously the property's been sold prior, multiple times with the deed restriction. We don't know if there was a profit made, which is the purpose for the deed restriction to begin with. But here we are, as you, the public, can see, voting on an item that there is no real clear understanding of. Everybody has questions, further questions that still haven't been answered. There are people that can't provide the information. And this is the crux of the problem. You cannot vote on items where there is no clear clarity on what actually transpired. Councilwoman Mims earlier made a comment that there was a company that carried the name of the Opportunity Zone, which clearly points at how a number of different organizations, people, individuals, groups of people, possibly even, working for the city, come into the city to profit and benefit off of programming in place, and they circumvent things by either not fully informing the council and or creating relationships with council members. With that being said, without all of the information being provided, I can't responsibly vote on this and see it just go through without even having a clear understanding of all the information that's obviously not being provided. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Dean?
And so Paterson, let me be clear, this item did not just get to us today. You've had this item and these documents for a while. This was moved off of the agenda because the meeting extended beyond the hour. And yes, there are questions. But if you go through the items and reading through the deed, on page 1 of the deed, it talks about there being a public auction of properties back in January of 2005, with this being a part of the auction process and the consideration that was done. But then when you go on to page 3 of 6, there is an actual signature stamp and an actual agreement that was done at that time. Former Mayor Joey Torres was the mayor. It was certified on April the 15th, and the amount of the property, or at that time, was the $35,000 that was paid based on the auction. This has been a restriction on the property when a title search, this is what happens when title searches are done. Sometimes in title searches, you will find that there are things that are attached to properties that are resolved or have went through this course. And it could be, as Council President said, a part of what he had requested to bring forth those items. I'm not really sure, but this falls in that same purview, and it's identified all throughout these documents. When you look through them, how the process started, how it happened, is in the pages. It's just unfortunate tonight that some of our administration, they are having technical difficulties, but this has been discussed in economic development over a month, and it's a lot of information inside of these documents. So with that stated, my vote is yes. We deserve to get this property on the tax roll so that it can be revitalized. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
You just said something.
You're muted, Councilman.
Oh, thank you. You know, de-restriction, as I said before, could be positive and negative. In this case, have been positive. This property was a abandoned property many years ago. And to take it out of the abandoned property list, it had to be a deed restriction. You can't do this if you don't do this, and you don't do this. So we had to put a restriction, and what you're going to use that property moving forward. In this case, have been a positive take, because if you look at the property that there's now, you see that property? That's 41 Garland. So from 2005 up to now, there have been a progress in that area. So the property probably is enjoying 5 years of tax abatement, okay, because it's a new property, it is a new frame, and it got developed the right way. So it's fair enough to take out that deed restriction, just in case the individual that had that property want to sell it or whatever, and they don't have that roadblock to move forward. Probably another family want to buy it from the city of Paterson, you never know. Make the dream come true in the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
So I'm in agreement that we need to analyze all the properties in the city and analyze all the deed restrictions that we have. You have to analyze. And I spoke to you about this, but at this time, so many questions have come up and we haven't had any concise answers. That doesn't mean that I will not support this in the future or any future deed restriction removal. But at this time, I need to get an answer, not from my council colleagues, but from the administration of actually what we're doing here and why we're doing it. So at this time, my vote is no on this.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. And that the record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Council President?
President, we didn't do number 8.
We didn't do number 8?
No, because we were trying to wait for them to get in, so if we can go back to number 8.
So we jump to number 9. Okay, so let's do number 8.
Yes, correct. Item number 8 reads, this resolution requires a public hearing. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 190-194 Governor Street, Block 3501, Lot 4, Economic Development, Resolution 2450. Have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Did I say something?
Who moved it?
I did, Council President.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims. Who's
Second.
taken by Councilman Shabri. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Actually, we gotta open the public, hearing.
Yeah, the public hearing is now open for item number 8. Mr. President, at this point, there's no one who called in to speak on the public hearing for this item.
So do we have a
Move to close.
move by Councilwoman Min, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
A roll call to close the public hearing for item number 8, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Chakredi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Min.
Yes.
You call it 194, let me see what 194 looks like.
Councilwoman Cotton, can you mute your Apple muting?
Councilman Velez. You gotta unmute.
What is this for, close the public portion, right?
Public hearing. Public
Your
hearing.
public hearing? Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed for item number 8. Roll call to vote on this item, Mr. President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to approve item number 8, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Charlie.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman.
Yeah, she's walking back to the seat though.
Yeah. Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Davila. Number 8.
Councilwoman Scott.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson. Councilman James.
Yes, this is another property, that has been revitalized here in that area. And they have went through the process of ensuring that all of what needs to be paid and covered has been done. And so my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
All of the above, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton, are you back?
She's back.
Councilwoman, item number 8, we're voting on number 8. Have to unmute. You're muted.
I said, I'm looking at this and there's 194 Governor Street. And you said this property has been redone?
Yes, Councilwoman, according to my Google map, there are 2 new properties, 190 and 194, they are new properties rebuilt from ground to, yeah.
Built on the corner of Governor and right,
It's in the middle of the block. It's not on the corner, it's in the middle of the block.
Correct, it's in the middle of the block.
Right, because 210 is one of the, new buildings over there. 204 or something like that, 203.
Yeah.
But Councilman Velez, you see the building being done? I can't see them.
Correct. I will go there, flash and show you the picture.
yeah. There's a picture, Councilwoman, but it's coming.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see it now. All right. Thank you, I see it now. Okay, this is on the other side of the street. My vote is yes, because those are 2 properties that I know that were empty for quite some time. Over that way. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
I think Councilman Jackson came back. Do you wanna?
He was here with me and he voted.
Oh, he did already, okay.
He was next to my desk.
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 8 is hereby adopted. Number 10?
Number 10, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm recusing myself on this one.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Roll. I'm sorry. Next item is item number 10. Public hearing is required. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 53 North 5th Street, Block 413, Lot 10, Economic Development, Resolution 2452.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila. We have a public hearing at this time.
Public hearing is now open for item number 10. President, may I have the,
request the release of restriction because the property have been rehabilitated according with the restriction. So if they put a restriction, they put the amount of.
Councilman Velez, can you mute? Councilman Velez.
What is it?
Thank you.
There's no speaker on the public hearing.
Hearing none, move to close.
Moved by,
Close.
do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Shadri. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 10. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Charlie.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fountain, closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. I'm sorry. Let the record reflect that Councilman Velez has recused himself from item number 10. Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 absent. Councilman Velez has recused himself from item number 10, and let the record reflect that the vacancy in the third ward. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed for item number 10.
Council President.
We're not finished, sir. Councilman. We're still on number 10, Councilman Velez.
Oh, okay.
Mr. President, may I continue with the roll call on item number 10 for approval?
Yes.
Roll call on item number 10 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Jaharani.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Mims.
This is another property that was rehabilitated. It's absolutely gorgeous now. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez has recused himself. Councilman, Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects that Councilman Velez has recused himself from item number 10, and for the record, the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Velez.
Yeah, Councilman, now that we are in this topic, I just want to request to the chair, to Madam Corporation Council, if you're still here, yes, you are. Can you please send me your copy, CC every council members, why a restriction is in place in properties and why they implement it on parcels and lands, okay? And how A, B, C, D, E to Z, and what is the requirement to remove them for we in the future have other cases, at least we have understanding why we're moving restriction on it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
So Madam Clerk, do we need, for number 11, do we need a motion to remove it from the agenda?
No, we can just take it off. It's not required. It's already, it can just be taken off and placed in another agenda. It depends.
Let me let the rest of my council colleagues know why this is being removed. So this item, at the last workshop, we requested some information that was simple to put together. Basically, we wanted to know what the other two budget years look like, the previous two budget years compared to the current budget. And the information was provided to the council today. I know we've been we've been asked as council members to accommodate certain items that was put last minute with the threat of maybe losing funding and so on. But we gotta send a message to administration, we can't continue to do business this way. We're gonna remove this for the time being. And hopefully going forward, things are gonna be submitted in a timely manner.
Council President?
It's been the same budget for 3 years. Ain't nothing changed.
Council President?
It's being removed at this time.
I know, but it's a question, important question, regarding this,
Yeah.
is a question. If, I don't know if it will be important, a March or BA, this will affect any tax collection or bill that we have to send up?
Sure it does, everything does.
I know, but then, where are we gonna be if we need to collect taxes?
Councilman Velez, in the 2 years that I've been here,
Yeah,
I've been hearing the CID complaining to me in particular, asking me as the finance chair, how come the bills don't get sent in a timely manner? So one time they had a computer glitch that went for months and months and months. So now I'm trying to protect, the council. Even before I became a councilman, I saw other administrations push things last minute and threaten the council that if they didn't act on certain things, so this and this and this will happen. All I'm doing here is asking the administration to show some respect. If we ask for some information, don't send it the day of the meeting. Give us ample time to review, so 1 hour before the meeting. So we're gonna remove it. It could be brought back, but we're gonna remove it right now. We're not gonna entertain, a vote at this moment.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President, for the record, item number 11 is stated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So we go into,
54.
Okay, 54, yeah, you're okay, I think 54 is fine.
let's go to 54.
Okay, next item is item number 54, the non-consent agenda, and item number 54 reads resolution amending resolution number 20-063, authorizing release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 204-206 Graham Avenue, block 3501, lot 19, economic development resolution 2496. There a motion?
So moved.
recusing myself on this one.
So moved.
Councilman Mims. There is second in item number 54.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Shonker.
Okay.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call in item number 54 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
No, wait, put nothing. Pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davlo.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you said item number 50?
54.
On the non-consent. 54. Right. It's the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against.
I see it.
Got it? Okay.
Is that amending the resolution, yeah?
Graham out.
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Pass.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Velez had recused himself from.
No, hold on, I got a question. Why the JCM is in this,
But they thought it was JCM, but it's not JCM.
also, okay, so I could participate on it?
We forgot in the previous action that the council took, we're amending the previous resolution. So
I
basically, we removed the deed restriction, but it had the wrong names of the owner. That's
Also, so I could participate in this one, okay, all right.
Councilwoman Councilman Velez, you're the next person to vote.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will probably announce my vote yes.
Thank you. So we go back to Councilwoman Cotton, who will, pass. Councilwoman?
I'm trying to figure out with this 204, 206, and, this little piece of paper is not telling you much at all.
You want a minute?
Yeah, I have no idea where this piece is, where this property is.
So Councilwoman, it's basically summarizing the action that we already took. This is not removing the
No, we didn't take no action. What do you mean we took some action? No, I'm saying, they're saying that they conveyed the property 204, 206, gotta be on the corner of 12th Avenue, or it can't be Governor Street because we got a new development on Governor Street already. So it gotta be 12th Avenue. But what was the action that was before, Council President?
If you read the whereas, it says, the resolution erroneously states the property was to convey to JCM investors.
Right.
And it's basically, they put the wrong name when we.
Right, you know what? Instead of going back and forth, my vote is no.
That was next to the supermarket that is closed, Council.
Right, and it's been like that, and no.
Councilwoman Davin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So all this item is doing, there was an error or clerical error that was done that had the wrong name on it. So all this is doing is putting the correct name, is not doing any selling, is not doing any deed restrict, is doing none of that. It's just that there was a clerical error on our part, and this is fixing that. So my vote is yes, to fix the clerical error and put the right name on it. My vote is yes.
No, my understanding is that they're gonna sell this property. They're gonna do something to this property.
We're in the middle of roll call.
Yeah.
In the middle of roll call. Can we continue, please?
Thank you.
Mr. President, your vote, sir?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. The record reflects that the third one is vacant, therefore item number 54 hereby law.
They already told me what they're gonna do.
May I continue, Mr. President? 55?
Yes.
Next item is item number 55. Resolution, rescinding resolution number 19623, titled Resolution Determining that the residential units proposed by August Ellison Associates LLC meet an existing housing need. Economic Development Resolution 2497.
So move.
Who moved it?
Yo.
Councilman Davila.
Y yo.
Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
No, second by Councilwoman Mims as well.
All right.
Velez and Mims. Mims and Velez.
Thank you.
Roll
Be the
call,
same voice. Yeah.
Calling item number 55. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Jaherney. Councilman?
Chaudhry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilman Al, did he leave the meeting?
I was gonna add that.
Yeah, I wish council members would say to council president, if you're gonna leave the meeting,
Yeah.
let council president know you're leaving the meeting. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Is that me, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Number 55.
So just for a point of clarity to the public, as stated previously in last week's meeting, this is an organization that has 2 founding members who are born, raised Paterson people, have grown up in the city of Paterson, and have done some amazing things in the city of Baltimore, Maryland. Come back home to lend a helping hand to actually be a part of the process here as a former city official here. And I just wanted to make it clear that I'm in full support of this item, and it's shameful that it has to come before us again because they're coming before us to reduce the number of units, which means they're going to reduce the impact and the support that they're lending to the community. They're gonna reduce the number of parking spaces, which obviously we all know, the huge impact that parking has in that area. So them being able to provide those additional spaces through the parking authority will be a huge improvement. But they were short a few dollars for the ERG credits, which was $144 million in credits that was given to the city of Paterson. This is the only homegrown group that is putting forward this project. It's the only group that has been willing to render support gratis to the grandparents organization, to another nonprofit organization here, and is one of the only projects that's going to have a residual impact, meaning it's going to be paying full taxation, unlike some of the other projects that have not full, but they're going to be paying taxes, unlike some of the other projects that's bringing in no revenue, but yet getting $40 to $50 million in support. So although I'm in full support, I definitely have to raise the flag of my indifference, because I believe this project should be getting full support from the administration, and it's not. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Means?
This item is to rescind the item that we approved back in 2019, to ensure the next item that will be on the agenda for the reduction in apartments. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
I just, I don't have no negative to say. Like Wahida Mohammed just stated, I don't want to hear no negative statement on these items. We all support seniors housing. This sounds like the same application endorsement to be able to go in front of the identity that, give us some funding, HMFA. It's hopefully they be successful. Hopefully the HMFA is going to tell them that they need to come back to the city and try to guarantee a pilot on it. So we are here to support seniors in every level of the city. So saying that, welcome to the investment on the Paterson grounds, and we're going to support it to a full extent that this is going to be beneficial for our seniors in the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Hey.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I didn't get yours.
Hey.
Did you say abstain?
Yes.
Oh, then I'm sorry. Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Record reflect the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 55 is hereby adopted. 56, Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Item number 56, resolution determining that the residential units proposed by the Allison Associates LLC meet an existing housing need. Economic Development Resolution 2498.
So move.
I was first.
Council Villa, second.
I moved it first, Council.
I moved it first.
Listen,
I move it last.
I apologize. I gotta go by what I heard. And second by Councilman Mims, and second by Councilman Velez.
Moved by Councilman Davila and then second by Councilman Mims and Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Continue, sir.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call in item number 56 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. I'm seeing Councilman Shahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
I'm truly looking forward to seeing this project come to fruition. I want to thank the August Ellison Associates LLC. I think this is the first time in a while that I've seen a developer want to come back born and raised in this city to come back and work with one of our nonprofits like our grandparents association. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to do. It is sad though that they had to reduce the amount of senior apartments and parking due to lack of $6 million. But we'll leave it at that. I'm just happy that this is coming to Paterson, so my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
You know, my job at this point is just to kind of just beat the drum. I mean, just make the community aware of what's going on. And you're right, Councilwoman Davila, $6 million in a reflection of $144 million in free tax credits when we gave away $90 million to two projects that's not going to generate, you know, any tax ratables. Side by side with another nonprofit, you know, it's shameful. But this is the type of stuff that we're dealing with because, you know, you have people that are looking to do for friends instead of doing for what's best for the community. So with that being said, obviously, Madam Clerk, I'm supporting this issue, but I'm supporting it under complete protest. And I think that this group should get more than what they're getting now. And let me just go on record and say that I believe this is probably going to be the only project that sees the finish line, especially within the allotted time frame, without having to have our state elected officials go back and beg for more time. So, and I'm proud of that because these are Paterson people showing other people, outside people, how it's supposed to be done. And yes, the people of color and minorities as well, and they're showing people how things should be done. So I'm very proud of this project, and I'm happy to be on board since its inception. So yes, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
It's a great day in Paterson when we have a program known as Grandparents Raising Grandchildren coming to the city with developers that are from the city of Paterson who have worked in our community and have lived here and love it. So this is a great opportunity for our Grandparent Relatives Resource Center as well, and so many other things that will come out of it for our residents to have a nice quality of life. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Grant?
You know, I'm a little bit discovery individual when I read. And once again, I'm gonna say like Wahida, my friend, God's will, like she always said, we're not gonna speak and be against no project that would benefit seniors in the city of Paterson. But I'm looking at a resolution here, and Councilwoman Lisa Mintz just stated something about Grandparents Resource Center. That's true, Councilwoman? That's the word of the organization?
The name of what organization?
Because everybody been mentioning.
The name of Ms. Wahida's organization is the Grandparent Relatives Resource Center.
Correct. So this is to be stated in the resolution.
Why?
Because
The Grandparent Relative Resource Center is not the developer that's coming in.
I know.
Council member, this is something that was discussed already in workshop. I don't think tonight's the meeting to suggest making changes to the body of the resolution.
No, I know that, Councilman, I know that. I understand that. But as you know, that at last meeting, I didn't even have the chance to speak a lot, so that's why I'm getting the chance to say it. I want to make sure that our grandparents caring for grandchildren are solid in this resolution. So I know we're not going to, but we're going to keep our eyes open.
We vote?
Open. I got 2 minutes. We open to make sure that they get the full benefit of it, and saying that moving forward, that the city is going to get benefit on it. You know, the grandparents going to have a place to go, and those children that taking care of those grandparents. So, and it's real needed in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I just want to clarify something for the record. We did not give any developer any of the $133 million credits. I'm going to repeat, the council did not have anything to do with the allocation of the funding. Us members continue to say we, and maybe it's because we're referring to the city, but I want the residents to understand that the council did not have a say in any of the funding that was allocated for any of the projects. I just want to put that on the record. At this time, I'm going to abstain myself.
Vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could we do number 57, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 57, resolution authorizing transfer of fiscal year 2020 appropriation reserve, finance resolution 2499, and this resolution is affirmative votes. Is there a motion? Number 57.
Council members, this is budget transfers. Something that we moved by Councilman Chaudhry. I'll second that, Madam Clerk.
There is second.
I'll second it.
There. Okay, let me just quick check.
Is it in here?
We have 6 councilmen. Okay. Should I continue with the roll call, Mr. President?
Sure.
And we need 6 affirmative votes. Roll call on item number 57 for approval. Councilman Traherney,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
No.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President, I didn't hear Mr. President.
Say yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 57 is hereby adopted. Number 58.
Yes, Madam Clerk, 158.
Item number 58, resolution authorizing the partial purge of the demolition lien against 67 Market Street, Block 4608, Lot 14, to reduce the amount owed to the amount of the property value. Finance resolution 2500.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 58 for approval. Councilman Traherney,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Pass.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
I'll abstain.
Mr. President,
Yes.
46 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. The record reflects that the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 58 is hereby adopted. 59. Mr. President, we have 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. I think these are all reappointing the judges. Should I continue with 59?
Yes.
Okay. Next item is item number 59, resolution reappointing the Honorable Vincenzo Stampone to the Municipal Court of the City of Paterson, Law Resolution 2501.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 59 for approval. Councilman Traherney?
Yes.
Councilwoman Tan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
47 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects that third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 59 is hereby adopted.
Number 60, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, next item is item number 60. Resolution reappointing the Honorable Xavier Rodriguez to the Municipal Court of the City of Paterson, Law Resolution 2502.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
No, they both moved it, but I forgot. It don't matter.
Don't worry, we dancing in the same party.
I know, it don't matter.
May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, so Councilman Velez did the second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
We have Councilman Davila, motion and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 60. Councilman Traherney?
Yes.
Councilman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
47 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects that third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 60 is hereby adopted.
Number 61, Madam Clerk?
Next item is item number 61, resolution reappointing the Honorable John Blakely Harper to the Municipal Court of the City of Paterson, Law Resolution 2503.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by.
I know you heard me. Come on now, Council
Oh,
President.
I'm sorry, Council.
Right, moved by
You ain't here all night long. Come on, Councilman.
I just want to say yes on your behalf, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton moved it, and it was seconded by Councilman Velez.
And
And Cherry.
And
And Mr. Shook.
Ready?
And Miss.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I have 3 people. Councilman Cotton motion. Okay. Roll call on item number 61 for approval. Councilman Traherney?
Yes.
Councilman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, for the delay. I'm unmuting myself. But I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity just to point out to the public, once again, more disparaging treatment. The number of employees in the courthouse has been asked to work during the COVID and without being paid. I think Judge Blakely Harper would respect and appreciate during this moment to acknowledge those people and to ask the administration to cure that scenario as quickly as possible, treat these employees fairly and pay them what they're entitled to, while we're proving these, the higher paid echelon. We should treat all of our employees the same, equivalently across the board. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
President?
Yes.
47 in favor, 1 absent. And the record reflects the third ward is vacant. Item number 61 is hereby adopted.
Number 62, Madam Clerk?
Next item is item number 62, resolution reappointing the Honorable Steve Randazzo to the Municipal Court of the City of Paterson, Law Resolution 2504.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 62 for approval. Councilman Trahardy,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Nix,
Yes.
Councilman Blair.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that third vote is vacant. Therefore, item number 62 is hereby adopted.
Number 63, Madam Clerk.
Item number 63, resolution reappointing the Honorable Cecilia S. Goodman to the municipal court of the city of Paterson, law resolution 2505.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Do you do it again, Council? I can't put my.
I mean, you can't hear me because I know I'm not on move, Council President. Tell me something.
I second, Council President.
I know, but I'm saying you didn't hear me at all, Council President?
I had my head down when you guys spoke, so I only hear the loudest.
I guess my voice isn't loud enough. They said that too before. I need to be louder.
The Council President, I move it and all the females second it.
Second and fine. Put me second. Fine.
Just be nice, council members, come on.
Yeah,
So-
I move it and all the females second it.
Nice.
I have Councilman Velez, motion, and Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Mayor.
Madam Clerk, do we have to get like a red buzzer or something, because,
You can't hear certain people. You want to hear who you want to hear.
wow, councilwoman, really?
Hey. It seems like I've been really speaking all night long. It's like,
So councilwoman, I like I stated before, I didn't mean any, disrespect, I'm just looking down, and everyone's speaking at the same time. So I'm hearing the loudest voices when I have my head down.
Council President, I could yield my second and I could get the second, leave the first, move to Councilwoman Rubicon, okay?
So, Madam Clerk, it has been moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Mintz. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 63 for approval. Councilman Trahardy,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Nix,
Yes.
Councilman Blair.
Before my vote, I just wanna, we as a governing body, we cannot tell judges what to do or not to do. It's a separate government. Judiciary system is totally different, a legislator or administrator. I just wanna say that, please think on the quality of life of the city of Paterson. When you treat any case in the city of Paterson, treat the city of Paterson like if it was Beverly Hills. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
My vote is yes.
vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 63 is hereby adopted.
Number 64, Madam Clerk.
Council President, I'm gonna recuse myself from number 64.
I duly noted.
Thank you.
Number 64, Madam Clerk.
Item number 64, resolution approving settlement of tax appeals in block 4405, lot 1, also known as 39-51 Church Street, and block 4405, lot 30, also known as 191-195 Market Street, owned by Fabian Alexandria LLC, law resolution 2506. The motion?
Do we have a motion?
Or
One more time, council members, do we have a motion?
Some, move.
I move it.
Okay, moved by Councilman Chaudhry. Second by Councilwoman Cotton and Velez.
Okay.
Jackson, you also moved it? Seconded? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call.
roll call on item number 64 for approval. Councilman Trahardy,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
the record reflect that Councilwoman W recused herself from item number 64. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez,
Yes, it's minimal amount. At least they caught it on time. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
yeah.
vote is 6 in favor, 1 absent. Record reflect that Councilwoman W recused herself from item number 64, and for the record, third ward is vacant, therefore item number 64 is hereby adopted.
Number 65, Madam Clerk.
Item number 65, resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on block 4201, lot 6, also known as 322-326 Broadway, owned by 324 Broadway Holdings, LLC. Law Resolution 2507.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Second.
second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 65 for approval. Councilman Curry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
Pass to the second, Madam Clerk.
okay. Councilwoman Davila,
Abstain.
Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As we sit and, approve numerous concessions for various reasons, many of them rightfully so justified, I want to point out that I'm consistently bringing up issues that I think are equally as important, if not more. And one of those issues, although not relevant to this, is the fact that we have a young man who was employed by Paterson Fire Department, who was actually accused of committing a crime, who was vindicated and acquitted of that crime, and yet and still this administration is refusing to bring this young man back to work, who has been reaccredited by the state as...
How is that relevant to?
Is it my time to vote or not?
Yes,
During the discussion, there's a necessity for relevancy, but while I'm voting on an item, it's my time to vote, Council President. If you don't mind, please, I would love to have an opportunity. The way it's relevant is we just voted on a number of different items, giving tax concessions, approving some provisions that was placed on properties. We're giving a number of concessions to organizations who don't live in the community, who are not from here, and yet and still I have a young man who is from here who is not being given the same consideration. That's how it's relevant, Council President. Do you have an issue with that?
I will have all the issues I want, Councilman, but I'll let you finish. I'll speak about my...
Very good. What I would like to know is where do you stand in support of this young man who's been being mistreated as well? And I'm asking the rest of my council colleagues, where do you stand as well? Because again, it's another African-American person who's employed by this city who's being unfairly mistreated. So you remain quiet on these instances and you continue to try to silence me when I'm bringing these matters up that are very important to me, at least. And I know it's important to the other members of the community. So just can't help but notice your consistent badgering on me bringing forward these issues. It's very relevant because it's another member of our community that is being mistreated by this administration. But on that note, I'll let you continue the rest of the meeting and continue to to mislead. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Glass,
Tax appeal, my vote is yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, this is, a tax appeal that we lost down in Trenton. People just had nothing to do with the county. But I know exactly where this building is. I'm not gonna say where it is on TV, but, if we gotta give them a refund, I wish they would go over there and clean up their building.
Yeah.
I just want to put it out there, it's filthy. Now, we're gonna give them a refund, and I gotta try to send DPW over there to clean up the mess over there, so I just want, the administration to know and Madam, BA that, you know, this is a thing that was lost in Trenton. This had nothing to do with the county. They lowered his tax base, they lowered the value of his building. We have to give him the refund. But besides that, I wish somebody would go over there and tell him he need to go clean that building up, please. Kathleen, you see the address? Please, I need you to send somebody over there because this man is not doing one thing on that building at that address. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Cotton just made a great point. You have to clean it, if they don't clean it.
Right.
We put a lien, we send a bill to them. That's what we did, change the culture. That, you know, they need to think twice before they do things. Now, the reason I interrupt Councilman Jackson, this is a tax settlement. This already have been decided by the judge.
Yeah.
So, you know, next week, oh, you always shutting him up. No, it's not that. Listen, we gotta try to run an agenda here, and it just doesn't make sense, the timing of certain things. I just don't look, I looked at everybody equally here. You know, I just don't say they, you know, discriminating this and that. There's a lot of people in the city that are being discriminated. There's a lot of people that have been discriminated in their pay for the past 20, 30 years. There's people with almost 20-something years here that don't even make $40,000. So you know what? I just don't pick and choose based on race or ethnicity. That's not how I do. I'm here to represent everyone. I did it in the Board of Ed, and I'm gonna continue to do it here. I just don't pick and choose based on how someone looks. So at this time, my vote is yes on this item. I'm sorry to get off topic, but I needed to do it. My vote is yes.
46 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 65 is hereby adopted.
Number 66, Madam Clerk.
The next item is item number 66, resolution authorizing participation in the 2020 Office of Community Oriented Policing Services, COPS, hiring and recovery grant program, Police Department Resolution 2508.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila.
Excuse me, I moved it, Council President.
Alright, so let's continue.
I'm sorry, is my voice too strong? I will leave Councilwoman Davila be moved and we'll be second.
Please, council members, please. Madam Clerk, we continue, please.
Roll call on item number 66 for approval. Councilman Chahadi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
That's next. Councilman Mintz?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Before I go, Council President, to request to Madam BA. Madam BA, I brought up your concern to your office on a conversation we had, I believe, over the phone regarding the sale of the police department of 6 motorcycles from 2019, only because they want to reduce the personnel at the police department and traffic. Do you find out what is the outcome of that? Who authorized those sales and how they would do those sales if they was purchased by grant as a request?
This is not related to that, Councilman.
Is related with police?
No, nothing item though. This doesn't have nothing to do with any of that. This is to hire police.
Okay, but I'm using my 2 minutes, so I had a request.
That's a request that you could provide at a different time.
Oh, okay, all right, no problem. Thank you, I'm sorry I broke the quorum. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm voting yes on this only because we're financially, so, we can say that we're financially stable at this time.
Correct.
In the past, when we have some financial issues, we always had a dilemma that we couldn't reduce any of the officers because of this grant. But given that there are projections and with the new transition of the calendar year, we are moving at least in the right direction. At this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is.
President, Madam Clerk, did you call the vote?
What, can I just finish and then you speak? Yes. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. The record reflects that third ward is vacant, therefore item number 66 is hereby announced. Thank you.
Council President, just quickly, I just wanted to make a note. I know that Councilman Velez asked the VA something, but earlier today I saw an email from Director Spezial specifically talking, and I know anything about this, but talking that there is no sale of 6. Anything that's going to be sold has to come to the council, to the president for agenda, so it's not something that has been, so I know he addressed all of us on the council, so I just wanted to just make note that there was an email stating that there is no such sale or reduction in force. I just wanted to put that up there.
Thank you. Number 67, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 67, resolutions authorizing endorsement and JDEP application of JCM Investors 1012 LLC for the 198 Lafayette Street Apartments project at 198-206 Lafayette Street, Public Works Resolution 2509.
So move.
Second.
By Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, roll call on item number 67 for approval. Councilman Chahurdy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Dunn?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Councilwoman of the 4th Ward, Lafayette is gonna look really nice when this project is done. See, Lafayette is it has a special place in my heart. My brother-in-law grew up there, still owns his properties there, and I'm looking forward to seeing that block get better. So, yes, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on item number 67.
Thank you. Councilman, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I abstain.
Yes. Okay. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 abstain, 2 absent, and that the record reflects that first one is vacant, therefore item number 67.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, but Council President, I think Councilman Velez should refuse, not abstain.
Oh, sorry, recuse, sorry. Let the record reflect, I recuse.
Refuse. Rescue, whatever you want to call it, but you can't abstain.
I know, I say recuse. Recuse.
You said abstain.
I'm sorry, I'm Puerto Rican, I get mixed up in words.
Velez.
Just repeat the item number 67 for clarification. The vote is 5 in favor. Let the record reflects that council recused itself from item number 67. So 5 in favor, 2 absent, and Councilman Velez.
Good quality, good.
Did you hear that motorcycle?
Yeah, good quality of life that we have in the front.
Oh, it's right in front of my house.
Oh, again?
Number 68, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. This item is item number 68 on the agenda, resolution ratifying a contract and authorizing payment for truck repair and maintenance for the Department of Public Works, Resolution 2510.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Shodry. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 68 for approval. Councilman Chahurdy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman. Councilman Dean. Yes, Chair.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Mr. President,
No, Madam Clerk.
you say no?
Capital budget?
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. The record reflects the first one is vacant, therefore item number 68 is hereby adopted. Mr. President and honorable council members, there are no more items on the agenda except the council reports.
Can I ask a question? We already took this vote. Was it, we didn't have money in the capital plan for this, equipment? Director?
What equipment?
The solar.
This is truck repair.
It says here, to ratify the contract and authorize payment. Okay, that's the name of that's the name of the business, solar.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
I think that's the item that we discussed in workshop before.
Correct.
I was against. So we're done. You wanna say something, Director?
Yes, I just wanna, just make it, abundantly clear that, last week when I signed off, in no way, shape or form did I try to disrespect the council or anything. After the roll was read for DPW, you'll refer to the city clerk. Next item, Madam Clerk, at that time I said, thank you, council, good night, and I signed off. No way did I leave the, meeting abruptly or try to disrespect anyone. And I just want to make that clear in public right now.
You came back, Director, so,
Yes.
but I'm glad you stated that.
Mhm.
I actually, and I apologize if I made that comment, it was just the timing of you leaving, after asking for the floor. It was just a perception, but if I made a statement incorrectly, I wanna apologize, but you can come back.
No problem, I just wanted to put that out there. I know you guys want to move the agenda forward, so I just want to put it out there.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, Council President?
And it means a lot for you to stay this long. I know you had an item, number 68, but I'm sure you'll stay to clarify the water, so.
No problem, my wife already locked the door, so I'll be sleeping out here.
So, Madam Clerk, we move to close the meeting now?
Councilman, Council President.
Who moved it? Councilwoman Avila, who seconded it? Councilwoman Cotton. Can we do a roll call?
Are we gonna do it at the end with the roll call?
Yeah, you can speak when we do the roll call.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir. Roll call to close the municipal council regular meeting of September 2020. Councilman Pimerly.
Before I get my vote, I just want to say thank you to the clerk's office, the secretaries, and the IT department for once again staying long and helping us out on this. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just got a few announcements, council members. On this Saturday coming, September 12th, we're gonna launch our second annual Adopt a Catch Basin. It's gonna be at Eastside Park by the gazebo from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. As you look into the gutters, you see how full they are, so please come out to Adopt a Catch Basin, sponsored by our Green Team. My next comment is, and I'm saying to you council members, tomorrow at 1 p.m., Governor Phil Murphy is coming to my fourth ward, our fourth ward in the city of Paterson at 1 p.m. to kick off his thing called Baby Bond. And with the Baby Bond, my understanding is that it will be for babies born with this pandemic that we're in. They're gonna set up an account for each child that they can hold the money there until they're 18 years old. I think that's an excellent idea. Back in the day, I used to buy saving bonds for my children, for their birthdays and my family member, and I still got a few saving bonds that I haven't cashed in yet. So if you're doing nothing, council members, please come out. We will be at Robert Park. And I think that what it is that the governor has seen how we have, as a community, have taken that part back, and I am so proud of everyone in my community, of everyone who is part of this, of doing this, and I always say, together, we can make a difference. So please, Councilman, if you can, community out there, if you can come out on 1 o'clock tomorrow at Barber Park, please do. I just want to say also to the Agnes Ellison Association, Dr. Dixon's dream was to have and to build housing for grandparents raising grandchildren. That was a dream that she had for many years. She was our former councilwoman at large, but it never came to light for her. And I know that there's many people there still running the Grandparents Relative Resource Center. I'm still a member of her Passaic County African American Women to keep her name alive in this community. And I just want to thank the Argus Ellison Association for putting this out there for them. And I must say too also that we really wouldn't know what would have happened to the Grandparents Relative Resource Center if it wasn't for Charles Florio either, because they put them over there at Rosa Parks and Hamilton Avenue for them to be at that building to distribute the food. And I can say to you, sometimes it's 3 to 4 days a week that they're there, helping seniors, distributing food. They got the pamper services that they do there also. So they're truly, truly a blessing to our community. And I'm just so happy that there's some people in our community that's still keeping Dr. Dixon's dream alive. I didn't say it during the course of the meeting, but tonight we had to vote on some judges. All our judges had to be reappointed, and I know we as council members, because of the judicial system, that we really cannot talk to our judges. But I just want, if you're listening out there, judges, you got to remember the quality of life in the city. And what I find is that our officers and everyone is going back to places 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. So something is not going right if they don't feel like they're being threatened to not having to pay tickets. I'm not sure what the fines are, but I just want you judges to be just aware of the quality of life here that we have into the city. Also, my last comment is that I stopped over to the wake for a dear friend of ours, Wayne Witherspoon. He's going to be dearly missed. He was such a community person. He was such a dear friend of my husband. He was, his mom, I would say, was his sidekick. Everywhere you saw him, you saw his mom. And he's going to be truly missed. So I want to say that I had to stop there. I stopped there tonight before I came to my meeting, and he's truly going to be missed. So to you out there, community, if you need to call me tomorrow, I ask one of my secretaries or my ladies here, and I want to thank my Madam Clerk and the ladies here that they do so much work here. But if you need to call me, please do so. That being said, I want to say God bless you all. Have a great night. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, council members. I want to start off by saying that a few days ago, a gentleman reached out to me. I don't know if he reached out to anyone else. And I just want to, give a special shout out and thanks to Chief Bekora. In the email that I sent Council President, I copied you in that email. I emailed Director Spezial, the VA, Corporation Counsel. The only person that responded back was Director Spezial. And at that time, he gave a reason why, under the law, as per him, the issue could not be addressed. But it was Bekora, Chief Bekora, who, and I'm sure that he checked with the mayor and the VA and all, to move forward and take care of the situation. If Corporation Counsel is still here, Council President, I really want to work with her in doing something. We need to have some type of ordinance in place for individuals. The more and the more that people have reached out to me to thank me, which I don't do this for thanking or for accolades. I just saw somebody that was upset, someone that went through a process, who purchased a property, who remodeled it, put it ready to, for the market, and someone just came in, broke into their home, and just started living there. And granted, it could have been some type of scam, but the issue that I found, and this is why I addressed it with the chief and the BA and all the powers that be in the administration, was because the gentleman specifically said, I went to the police, I showed them my paperwork, that I'm the owner of the home, that I purchased the home, that I remodeled the home, and that it's in process for being sold. And that when he went there, he smelled like, I guess, food. And there was no furniture, there wasn't anything. It was clearly somebody just in there, and the person went on to say, I have a lease, and, so I know there was some investigation going on, but clearly this was somebody who was trespassing, somebody that was doing something that was illegal, and we need to do something. So Corporation Counsel, I'm going to ask, that we work on something. I'm looking forward to putting it together, because like I said, I've had various people reach out to me that similar things happened to them as well, and they did nothing about it, okay? Not the administration, meaning they didn't move forward to move and let us know. So, Council President, I'm going to be just letting you know that that's something that I want to work with Corporation Counsel and the administration. The other thing, so just thank you so much. The other thing is, Councilwoman, and I have to say this, as Councilwoman at large, we have to handle issues throughout the entire city. Mm-hmm. And, every ward is a special ward. And, people in our different wards are blessed with developers that come in and want to invest their monies. And I'm happy that, I really don't know who Argus Ellison LLC is, but through Wahida Muhammad, okay, and their board, I was able to at least learn who they were, and just the fact that I saw that they were just Paterson born, and I started looking at some of their projects that they've done, really interested me. And what I wanted to say with you, Councilwoman, is that you also have a blessed developer that has decided, and I don't want to hear the whole negative things out there being said. It's who comes into our town and invests. And I've seen the investment that they also do with the children in a yearly fashion, in terms of back to school, in terms of Christmas, Thanksgiving. Not many developers do that in our city. So I just want to thank all of those that, yes, you come here and yes, you make money, but you also give back. So I just want to just say thank you so much. And I believe that is about it right now. Once again, my condolences to the Witherspoon family and friends and all. It is definitely a loss for our city. Anytime somebody dies is sad, but it's even more sad when this person is loved and well respected. And he is an individual that also worked at Passaic County College where I work, so he's truly going to be missed. Because agreements and disagreements, at the end of the day, there was always a level of respect. So, Council President, I normally don't speak much at the end, I just vote, but these are things that needed to be said today, and I look forward to Thursday's personnel meeting at 12:30. Thank you so much. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Well, first, let me give my condolences to the Witherspoon family. Commissioner Wayne Witherspoon was very instrumental on the planning board, working in our public school system, being a special resource officer here in the city of Paterson, and so many other things that he did, and especially in the political arena, the Masons and his fraternity, and so forth and so on. So we will definitely miss him. I also want to give out my heartfelt condolences to Mrs. Vita McCoy and Reverend Cedric McCoy in the passing of their sister Karen, who will definitely be missed. I'll miss seeing her always across the street, visiting my neighbors and coming across the street and giving words of encouragement. And prayers to all of those people that are going through during this time, whether it's through grief or healing or whatever the situations are, we pray for them. Also, I'm sure Councilman Gilman wanted to say it, but he probably forgot. But I want to thank these two ladies, Tiffany Jacobs and Shaniqua Lemon. They started an initiative to clean every ward of the city. They've been doing a phenomenal job. And they will be in the second ward this Saturday at 338 Union Avenue from 9 to 1. And Councilman Chowdhury is partnering with them. They are doing a phenomenal job. They're in every single ward. I think they've been in 2 or 3 locations in every ward. And it's just amazing to see 2 women, and I mean, the community just come out and they've been doing a cleanup. So just shout out, kudos to them for just doing that initiative and cleaning up. We've already talked about, Councilwoman Cotton mentioned it, but we also have the 9/11 ceremony, which will be this week in front of the Ward Street train station. So please, council members, don't forget that is this week in remembrance of 9/11 and all those people that lost their lives on that particular event. Welcome back to all of our kids that are in school, whether it is through hybrid learning, whether it's remote or the 2 days in, 2 days out, or whichever method. But let's continue to pray that our teachers, our administrators, and our children, they're safe during this pandemic. It's a very serious situation, and it's an eye-opener, especially as parents, to do remote learning and to make sure your kids get up, to make sure they're sitting up and they're dressed for to learn. So our prayers go out to every educational institution in the city of Paterson that continues to educate and provide a level of excellence to our students. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, you're welcome. Councilman Velez?
Council President, thank you. Commander Clerk, thank you. You know, it's surprising that I put a post about 6 motorcycle comment, and I'm not gonna deny. I guess I put a comment on Facebook rumors because I didn't have a response from the administration regarding those motorcycles. You know, rumors are rumors. And director took right away and wrote a beautiful letter to every councilman. I notice now that because you mentioned Councilwoman, I'm taking the time to read it. So those individuals that came forward and told me that they were selling 6 motorcycles from traffic from 2019, the director say that they're not going to sell motorcycles, that they're not going to dismantle the traffic division, that they waiting to see more cops coming on board to full staff the traffic division. So I guess the noise that I make, it makes some kind of positive results. At least I get that result right away, clarification. Not like the other days, me calling the police department, and unfortunately I had to take the care of the matter myself and risking me and my family because the response of the police is a tremendous. It's a tremendous. And I'm not going to blame the police, I'm going to blame the leadership of the police. The leadership of the police is awful. We could brace whoever we want to brace, but it's awful. The crime had gone high. We have to look at the leadership of the police. It's nothing personal, but we need to look into the leadership of the police. Council President, I requested a discussion with the police department of quality of life moving forward. You told me to bring it in the committee. It was not a successful conversation. So I requested again through the DPW chair, the public safety chair, to have this meeting as soon as possible with the police. It could be closed section, it could be secret section, it could be under a curve, it could be inside a curve, or whatever you want to do it. But we need to have this conversation with the police department. The agenda is put in that paper from a long time ago, since August the 5th. And I think as a council, I'm talking about quality of life of the city. We want to know where we at. And the council has the right to meet with all the leadership of the police department. If it has to be closed section, once again, it could be closed section. But we need to have the conversation with the chief of police, with the staffing of the police, the ranks file of the police department. And we need some answers. As councilmen, we have to respond to our positions out there, how we could improve the quality of life in the city of Paterson. You know, and I don't want to delay this more than it is. You could answer me through email or whatever when you want to do this. And once again, if they want to do it as a closed section, it's my intention to have a nice, beautiful conversation with the police regarding the quality of life of the city of Paterson. Today we did a groundbreaking from one of the projects at 11th Avenue. They changed the name of Mr. Charles Florio to Primetime Transformer, and I believe he is a transformer. And had transformer not only the first ward, the second, the fourth ward, also the fifth ward, and whatever. He had the chance to transform the area, and the quality of life is a plus, especially when I see the faces of his employees. 95% or 90% of the employees are from Paterson, are diverse and minority, and all the supplies, 75 or 70% of it are purchased in the city of Paterson. So that is a real prime transformer, and not only the face of Paterson, also in the financial of the city of Paterson, with the revenues coming in with this property that he's been building all the way around the city. You know, unfortunately, I cannot attend Wayne Witherspoon funeral or wake. I was not aware it was today. You know, I never received an email. Sorry to the family, I wasn't there. As soon as I find out it was here, when I got here, and it was already late, it was almost 7 o'clock, and I asked to what time was it, and they told me it will end at 7 o'clock. So I don't know if tomorrow they will have a funeral or it's going to be attended. Please, Councilwoman Mintz or Cotton, please supply me with that information to see if at least I could go tomorrow morning and pay my respect to the family regarding our friend Wade Witherspoon, the man with a big smile, and with a big smile. Everything that he used to do is with from his heart. But council, you know, one of the things I'm working on it and working with corporate council is that we need to regulate this auto shop, mechanic shop, installation shop, all those installation, audio installation supposed to go to a light industrial zone. And I don't know why they have put this audio's installation into residential, and it's creating the quality of life is hurting the quality of life of the city of Paterson, and it's not good for all our residents out there, especially us that answer calls at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning because they cannot sleep because the loud music and the party coming out of a mechanic shop that's supposed to be closed, or shop that's supposed to be closed at that time. You know, it's not acceptable. I want to sleep. A lot of people want to sleep, and especially I don't have the luxury time to call the chief at that time of the night. So it's make it a little bit difficult for me to address the quality of life if I had to address always to dispatch like a regular citizen like I am. Councilman Flavio, President, thank you for the opportunity. Today was a beautiful meeting, a successful one. The only thing I will request, Council President, is that we all have to have respect each others. You know, I don't move from this chair. Any councilwoman do not move from this chair, okay, unless they don't say I will be absent or excuse me for a minute, I'm gonna step out. And it's a little bit disrespectful that people that preach about quorum and preach about Robert rules of order and all that could leave the meeting without even announcing. You imagine if I have an emergency and I'm only the fifth guy here, and I had to hold and make an emergency and I had to leave, I probably had to stay because I have to be responsible, you know what I'm saying? And not break the quorum. So just take note on that, you know, and we have to set an example. So Councilman, President, thank you. And once again, I want to hear from the administration when we could have this healthy conversation with the police of Paterson, even that is, if it's in a closed section or whatever the director want to have it. I don't want to break the relation with the police at all. I will not have peace of mind knowing that we could have a good, better relation. And since the chief came on board, unfortunately, I'm not having a good relation, communication with him. No matter how much I want to talk to him, I don't get no result from this chief. So having this conversation, I think we could fix some things in the city of Paterson and move forward. Thank you, Council President, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
You mute, Council President.
You are muted.
Let me try to repeat what I said. Councilman, you know, I have heard your concerns. Given that the Public Safety Committee only have 3 members, I'm gonna try to meet at the next committee to see what is going on, because I was assured that any of your concerns will be addressed at the committee meetings, at the committee meeting with where Councilwoman Cotton is the chair of that committee. I asked you, instead of bringing the chief in a public setting and start asking questions that we might not be able to ask publicly, I wanted you to ask those questions in a committee setting. Now, if you're still not satisfied, I want to attend, with all due respect, I want to attend that meeting just to see what is going on, just to get a feeling of, you know, why you're not being given the answers that you're looking for. I want to.
And Council President, the agenda is in those papers. And, you know, it could come and answer. Yeah.
Duly noted. I also want to let the public understand that when they bring a lot of the issues to us, there's issues that take some time to address. I have been receiving a lot of, Councilman Velez, you're aware of this also, and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues, I mentioned it in a workshop. The assessment company that we have, some people got affected because of their practice. When mostly people that purchase properties in the last maybe 2-3 years are being strongly affected. Let me choose my words. But just so you know, I'm having my assistant work on obtaining that list. I also want to put a request, Madam BA. The previous request was given to me, but I want the actually, you guys gave me 2020 assessments. That should be a report that could be generated, pretty fast. I need the 2019 assessment records. That way I could do a comparison of almost every property in the city to see how they change from one year to the next. And then, like I stated, those people that have reached out to me, I'm having my assistant work on it. Council members, any other, I'm sure you got calls also, forward it to my assistant or myself, and I'll forward it to her to continue to work on it. At this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, our regular meeting of September 8th, 2020, hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.